You're muted, Mayor Canna.
You'd figure we'd figure that out by now, wouldn't we? Yes, I'd like to call to order the meeting for tonight. With that, I'll pass it over to the clerk to get things started.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on the lands of Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional lands of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we as beneficiaries of the treaty must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. We do not have a supplementary agenda this evening. We have two pecuniary interest, one under item 10E, the planning application for the Thames Sale Yard Limited at 13236 Evergreen Line. That is Councillor Sulman. And we also have a conflict by Councillor Sakachi with regards to item 12A, the Chatham Emergency Shelter location. Mr. Mayor, we'll start with the planning application and we'll hand it over to Planning Services.
Thank you, Mayor Canna. The process to be followed for each application will be as follows. 1. The clerk will announce each individual planning item. 2. The clerk will advise if any written submissions have been received regarding a planning item. If so, the clerk will read the written submissions that have been received. 3. For any items where there is a written submission received, administration will proceed with the presentation. 4. Council will be asked if it has any questions of administration or the applicant if present. 5. Council will be asked what action it wishes to take with regard to the item. Notice: if any person or public body that files an appeal of a decision of council in respect of the proposed applications does not make a submission to the municipal clerk of the municipality before the proposal is approved, they are not entitled to appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal if otherwise eligible, unless in the opinion of the tribunal there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as party to the appeal. Information on Council's actions tonight will be posted on the municipal website. All persons who have made a request or who have made a submission regarding a particular planning item will receive a notice of Council's decision, including appeal procedures. Any other person who wishes to receive a notice of decision must submit a written request to the municipal clerk. Thank you.
We'll start with 10A, application for consent, 1815513 Ontario Inc., 277 William Street South and 40 BD Street, Community of Chatham City. We have not received any deputations with regards to this item.
Can I get Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Kirkwood to move this, please?
So moved.
So seconded.
Seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in and motion passes 16-0. 10B, applications for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, J&M DeCook Family Farms Limited and Marcella DeCook, 21654 Howard Road, Community of Howard, East Kent.
Councillor Pinsito, can I get you to move it? And Councillor Scotch, can I get you second, please?
I'd be happy to move that, Your Worship.
Seconded.
Seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0. 10C, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, Sandra Carther, 30627 Jane Road, Community of Zone, East Kent, and we have not received any deputations on this application.
Can I get Councillor Pinsito and Councillor Thompson to move this, please?
Happy to move that, Your Worship.
Happy to second it.
All right, seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
Just waiting for one more, council. All votes are in. Motion passes 15-0. 10D, application for zoning bylaw amendment, James Aldershaw, 5 Gregory Drive East, community of Chatham City, and no deputations were received on this application. Mayor Caniff, you're muted.
Councillor Solomon and Councillor Crew, going to get you moved this, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move the recommendation.
I'll second that.
Seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in and motion passes 16-0. And the final planning application, 10E, application for zoning bylaw amendment, Thames Sale Yard Limited, 13236 Evergreen Line, community of Camden, East Kent. We have received no deputations on this, and we have a conflict by Councillor Solomon.
Councillor Pinsino and Councillor Latimer, can I get you moved this, please?
Happy to move that, Your Worship.
Happy to second.
Seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in and motion passes 15-0. Mr. Mayor, that ends the planning meeting for this evening, and we will roll into the combined portion where we have 23 deputations that the clerk's office will be reading with regards to item 12A, the Chatham Emergency Shelter location.
Well, Thomas is getting it, just I'm thinking it.
Dawn, your microphone isn't muted, or there you go. Sorry, Council, I just need 1 second to open up my... Okay, the first deputation this evening is from Jessica Smith. Dear members of Chatham-Kent Council, my name is Jessica Smith, and I live with my husband Greg and our 2, soon-to-be 3, young children and 2 dogs at 11 Stanley Ave in Chatham. Although my husband and I purchased this home in 2014, I have been blessed to live in this neighborhood with my family for more than 35 years. I grew up in this home and attended elementary school at Victoria Park Public School and high school at Chatham Collegiate Institute. I am writing you today in regards to the March 21st Council meeting agenda item 12A and respectfully request that this item be deferred from the agenda until community consultation has taken place. I am making this request as this is the second location in less than a month that is being recommended by municipal staff prior to any consultation or communication taking place with surrounding neighbors, residents, businesses, landlords, etc. I participated in the March 2nd Facebook Live public engagement session when Hope Haven location was being recommended, and I asked a simple and straightforward questions of the staff present on the call, none of which could be answered as those details were not yet available. On March 18th, when I happened to come across the new proposed location via an article by the Chatham Daily News, I instantly reviewed the new recommendation to Council, and all of the same questions remain. Is the proposed overnight shelter similar to the model Hope Haven has had in the past, or will day programming be available for clients of the shelter, or will clients be required to leave and return? Will clients of the shelter be expected to attend community kitchens, food banks, and soup kitchens for their nutrition needs, or will this be addressed within the shelter? Reference to the benefits of close access to these services in this proposed location has been made several times, but that is an expectation of people utilizing the short-term shelter. These important planning details should be clear, understood, and shared with the public, and community consultation should take place before a location decision is made. I understand that the Travel Lodge location will no longer be available in May. However, a tight timeline does not negate proper time for neighborhood consultation. I recognize that this may be a tough conversation to have, but that certainly does not mean that avoidance is the right approach. Please defer this agenda item until community consultation has taken place. Sincerely, Jessica Smith.
The next deputation is from Les and Marty Lassard. Our names are Les and Marty Lassard. We have lived at 119 Stanley Avenue for over 50 years. We understand that on March 21st, 2020, the municipality of Chatham-Kent's Employment and Social Services Department will be recommending that council support establishment of a 50-plus bed emergency shelter located at 185 Murray Street. Municipal staff have made no effort to consult or converse with the neighborhood prior to bringing this recommendation forward for approval. This recommendation was just made public on Friday, March 18th, and if approved, the shelter location would be in place by May 2020. Tight municipal timelines to find an answer should not negate proper time for public consultation. We are asking that council members please request a deferment of agenda item 12A so that there can be public consultation. This historical residential neighborhood, which also includes a Muslim mosque, a school, a family learning center, the Chatham Cultural Center, Milner Heritage House, Imagination Station, and Eden Villa Retirement and Assisted Living. Is this shelter just an overnight accommodation? What happens in the daytime? How will it be operated? Will there be services to help the vulnerable? What is there for them to do? Sadly, what comes with these situations is vandalism, break-ins, loitering, and drug use. In a residential area, it brings many concerns about the many children and elderly in the area. Who will protect the children from the paraphernalia that could be left on the streets? Who will clean the streets? This rash decision should not go through. A homeless shelter should not be located in any totally residential area. What about property values? Why is consultation in the neighborhood a next step? This should be a first step. Les and Marty Lassard.
The next deputation is by Helen Allen, and it's item 12A. Dear council members, I disagree with the lack of communication to our neighborhood with regards to the placement of the shelter and ask for a deferment to item number 12A. It feels like a knee-jerk reaction to something that will have a long-lasting effect. There has been little information given to the public with regards to what services will be provided to the vulnerable. It also seemed like a hurried action by the downtown business group with a quick solution of offering donations to help with the relocation. Not really caring, just not in my backyard mentality. 3 blocks down Murray Street and you're in downtown. We lived in a residential area that has always been convenient and close to downtown. That is the beauty of living here, within walking distance. But more importantly, this neighborhood has a Muslim mosque and school, Skana Family Learning Center, Montessori, Chatham Cultural Center, Imagination Station, Milner Heritage House, Eden Villa Retirement and Assisted Living, and many young families with many, many children. So how does your suggested temporary shelter for the homeless fit into this neighborhood? This news came to us rather abruptly this past Friday. I disagree with the quick fix to solve the problem of homelessness in this city. We definitely need a solution. They definitely need care. Your decision to place this temporary shelter in any residential neighborhood is extremely wrong. Please make this right. Helen Allen, 41 Adelaide Street, Chatham.
The next deputation is from Irene Hoyer. Hi, just heard that Victoria Park is slated as a 50-plus emergency shelter. I live on Stanley Ave near the proposal. I am asking for a deferment of agenda item 12A so that there can be public consultation. First of all, what is considered an emergency? Are there guidelines to whom the shelter will serve? Is this an ironclad decision? 50 plus, would you be sheltering 200, 300? Will tents outside be part of this shelter? I have read in the past that these shelters are not welcome anywhere. This is sad. We have destroyed many of the pillars of society that can address the upsets in people's lives and are left without faith to manage unsuccessfully. Christ alone always has room. This is true, but there is no room even for Christ in our world today. Another question I have is, do you have all the data showing that this is even what can help the people you seek to help? Has anyone consulted them? Do you have answers to these questions before we are again unsuccessful? If it would be successful based on data, there should be little dispute. However, responsibility and dialogue for all persons affected in the basis of considerations. Thank you. Please respond to this email out of courtesy. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Irene Hoyer.
The next deputation is from Craig Harkins and Nancy Santos. In 2018, there were 27 homeless in our small agricultural town. In 2022, we now have 137, thanks to other communities sending their homeless to Chatham. They were sent here because Chatham has leased out a whole floor of the travel lodge. It is well known that CK paid staffing requirements are extensive, in most cases wasteful. These are not our homeless. Recently, one of the residents of the hotel was asked why she came to Chatham from Oshawa. Her response was, "We get free Wi-Fi here." We recently became aware of plans to secretly convert the former Victoria Park School to become the new homeless shelter, that being with the termination of the lease of the travel lodge facility. This decision was not made with public consultation nor due care to the safety of the residents of our neighborhood. The school site is less than 200 meters from an active primary and senior school, a short 5-minute walk to our new daycare center. This neighborhood that Victoria Park lays in is already ripe with drug trafficking, property crime, and squatters within Gold's property, Back Bridge area, and several well-known trap houses. Arson fires are often discovered in the rail bed area and require CK Fire to attend. Just last week, we had a break-in into one of our neighborhood homes. While chasing down and apprehending the homeless man, the rider had to pass 2 separate junkies, tripping out and stumbling around on the live traffic lanes of Adelaide Street North. We already have enough crime and drug use in this area, thank you very much. Although drugs are not allowed on the property of the current travel lodge facility, the intravenous drug users have figured out a way that they can walk across the street to the closed car wash on Bloomfield to score a deal and inject. The 2 abandoned cars provide perfect cover for them. The rider works in the area and witnesses this activity multiple times daily. The police get called often, but the drug users have walked back across the road by the time they show up. If the police can't enforce the drug laws in a timely manner on a paved parking lot, on a 2-lane road in an industrial area, then we certainly don't need this in our neighborhood. We are neighborhood property owners and we vote. Please delay agenda item 12A until such time as we, the residents and property owners of the area, are able to participate in public consultation. Craig Harkins and Nancy Santos.
The next deputation is by Christine Prosser. Good evening. I will make this deputation short and to the point. Not very long ago, the municipality considered the establishment of an emergency shelter near Winston Churchill Public School. Understandably, the neighboring community was not supportive of this plan, not only because the shelter would have been located in a mostly residential area, but because of its proximity to an elementary school. I think the majority of people in Chatham-Kent considered Council's eventual decision to seek an alternate site to be prudent and wise. Why then is it now considered a good idea to locate this shelter on property which is directly abutting another school in our community? The Islamic community that established and supports the Dar al-Uloom School uses this building and the school grounds day and night. Our Muslim neighbors take great pride in this school. Indeed, many of these families have relocated to Chatham and to our neighborhood specifically so that their children can attend this school. They and their families also make great use of the school property in the nice weather for soccer games, bicycle riding, and rollerblading. I said I would keep this brief, and so I will leave you with a single question to consider. Why is it acceptable to locate an emergency shelter directly adjacent to a school attended by Muslim children when it was unacceptable to locate an emergency shelter down the street from Winston Churchill Public School? Surely we are better than this, Chatham-Kent Council.
Next deputation is from Jeff and Cleo Cooper. Emergency shelters to 185 Murray Street, agenda item 12A. My name is Jeff Cooper and I live with my wife Cleo and her 4 young children at 25 Elwood Ave in Chatham. We strongly believe that the proposal to relocate the emergency shelter to 185 Murray Street is a clear and unmitigated disaster that makes little sense when looking at the facts. Some things we find troubling include the public engagement session that occurred when the Hope Haven location was being recommended, including questions from the community that had no answers. These were simple questions such as, will this be an overnight shelter or will day programming be available? Will clients of the shelter be expected to attend community kitchens, food banks, and soup kitchens for their nutrition needs, or will this be addressed within the shelter? It is difficult for the public to have trust in their municipality when you look at the lack of clarity, followed by the timeline leading up to the new proposal. 2. The article in the Chatham Daily News states that Andrew Teal led the petition against the Hope Haven site, yet approves this site 1 kilometer away. Some of the downtown petitioners were willing to donate to this site. We are perplexed that the influential businessman who expressed concern over vandalism and drug use and other crimes can be accommodated. Conveniently, they are donating to move it to a residential area. This shelter is where they witness crimes, drug use, and vandalism. They will donate to move it closer to families and 2 schools, and this is okay? 3. This area includes 2 schools, an Indigenous daycare, parks, cultural center, Royal Canadian Legion, and museums. We have 4 young boys who freely roam Elwood Ave, as do many other children in the neighborhood. The school Darrell Ulome has bought property and livened this neighborhood. Were they consulted in any way, shape, or form? They have children who spent much of their time outside in their yard, which happens to be adjacent to the proposed shelter site. The city is willing to bend for the business owners of this city, yet the very reasons they oppose the shelter downtown are exactly why 185 Murray Street is not an appropriate site. Jeff and Cleo Cooper, 25 Elwood Ave.
The next deputation is from Cheryl Mello Gallagher. Dear council members, I recently became aware via social media that council, referring to agenda item 12A, is planning to approve a homeless shelter in the former Victoria Park School. Here are many questions you as council for your consideration. At what point was the residents of our neighborhood to be made aware of this move? Were the residents and homeowners given any say or vote in this move, considering we are property owners and taxpayers? Would you want this facility located in your neighborhood? Why was this location even considered, given its historical value? Why are you trying to attract visitors from, outside areas as well as other communities, counties to events in and near this location? Wouldn't this, knowing of the location of the existence of such a facility, be retractive and negative to such events? Here are my concerns. 1, my family and I live a short distance from the building in question. We have had problems in the past and recently with vandalism. Our vehicles had been targeted and broken into 5 times, fireworks exploding in our neighborhoods and our front yards. I witnessed a man approach 2 young Muslim girls in front of my home, asking them if they knew about the Taliban, with minimal assistance from the police on any of these matters. Police presence is spotty at best. There are already individuals who wander through our neighborhoods with all of their goods and shopping carts and that have established themselves in tents at the end of the street. We've had issues with drug problems in the direct area of the site with the expansion of a meth lab a few years ago and an ongoing concern with drug use, as well as at one point problem with prostitution. Also concerns with the newer concern of human trafficking. There is continual vandalism in Tecumseh Park with garbage strewn and garbage pails knocked over. This is a historical site with Tecumseh Park Cultural Center, Muslims, historic buildings, and homes. There are daycare schools, Montessori and Muslim schools, retirement home playgrounds, all in close proximity to your suggested site. This is a quiet neighborhood for the most part, and I feel the activity already occurring here that is not a good fit for a facility of this nature. I feel that property values will plummet if this agenda is passed. I realize there is a need for housing for these individuals, but with families that live here and a value of the location, it is not a good location for this proposal. I am disturbed that this area would be even be considered. There is a problem in the downtown area now, and moving this facility to this location will only make problems increase if the proposal is invoked. I would like to request a deferment of agenda item 12A so that the public and neighbors be consulted and our concerns heard. As a result of discussion with my family, all of us give a resounding no. Cheryl Mello Gallagher.
This next deputation is by Grant and Corrine, community members and CK real estate investors and developers. Good day, and thank you for the opportunity to comment and address this issue before council. Our names are Grant and Corrine, and we are full-time real estate investors and developers that currently focus on developing residential properties in the Chatham-Kent area. We just learned late last week about the homeless shelter proposal on Murray Street and being reviewed by council. We do not support this proposal. This directly impacts us, our investors, business, and our community in which we live and serve. We have a major affordable, accessible, and energy-efficient townhome development project comprised of over 52 unit townhomes, 1,296 bedrooms off of Lansdowne Ave, valued at $45 million of investment in CK and local businesses and $500,000 per year in property tax revenues. We currently have the 5 acres of schoolyard located behind the school on Murray Street, where the Hope Haven homeless shelter is being proposed, under contract to purchase pending site plan approval. We had hoped to break ground and start development this spring 2022, but have run into issues with water and sanitary sewer upgrades that are required from Water and William Street to Lansdowne Ave to support the project. We have requested in late 2020 that the municipality prioritize this water sanitary sewer project in order to facilitate residential development and substantial investment in CK to address the housing crisis. Water and sewer service upgrades would be a substantially smaller project, a half a kilometer versus 1.5 kilometers, than the Victoria Street water sewer upgrade, and much less disruptive with a much larger return on investment. It simply makes good sense. Being directly adjacent to the proposed homeless shelter facility, we have serious concerns that we and our project have not been consulted nor considered, and that the bigger picture and impact to CK is not being promoted to the public in making their decision. We feel that the decision is being rushed without proper understanding and communication to make an informed and well thought out decision and ultimately provide a better solution to the homelessness crisis in CK. There also needs to be a balanced solution that addresses the current housing crisis and opportunity to leverage and grow CK significantly in the next 5 to 10 years, which our development does. We believe in creating win-win-win creative and innovative solutions for everyone: investors, businesses, community, residents, and employees, employers, by creating residential housing that suits a large owner-tenant demographic, including affordability and accessibility, to help support the diverse needs of the growing CK community. Our residential development projects include our highly successful and in-demand, example, design, quality, energy efficient, safe, affordable, accessible, and support large tenant demographic, new construction of single-family homes with secondary suites on Landings Pass. $7 million was supposed to be $35 million in total, but local developer did not support our secondary suite design. B, SFH conversion of a Century home on LaCroix Street, $1 million. And C, a much-needed major renovation and update of an SFH on Charing Cross Road, $1 million. All of our projects prioritize and support Invest CK, Shop CK, Work CK, and Immigrate CK, and many, hundreds of, businesses in development and construction, operations and maintenance, and in also providing high-quality, affordable housing to attract world-class, skilled employees in a very competitive market for local businesses. We've also connected and partnered with different employers, such as CKHA, to support their employee needs and business. We don't feel the municipality, council and mayor, and service providers to the homeless in the community, along with consultation with other cities and our governments, have come up with a sound or good solution for our homeless. It is the hot potato moving around town with different alternatives being explored, turned down, and now we have a rush within 2 weeks in front of council to make a decision on Murray Street based on whose needs: homeless, politicians, developers, for what motives? More needs to be done to understand and communicate the bigger picture and find a win-win-win solution to the homeless problem that has been around for some time and growing. 83 homeless in 2019, up to 204 in 2 years. Clearly, current solutions are not working. This is not a well thought out or communicated decision involving all vested parties in the public. It is a quick short-term decision with short and long-term consequences and costs for the neighborhood and community in Lansdowne Ave and Murray Street area. We have not heard any solid proposal, plans, or suggestions as to how Hope Haven will operate the shelter any differently than it has in the past. We don't know if Lori Bailey, GM of Hope Haven, is qualified and knows how to manage and operate a housing shelter, as we have seen problems in other areas of the city where they have operated, and we are not hearing how this Murray Street shelter will help prevent homelessness, but rather just continue to support ongoing homelessness. How does an expanded emergency shelter, a day program, and expertise at the Bradley Center make them a force against homelessness to help more people? Reduced hours of support, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. to 7 a.m., and limited capacity only cause the homeless to loiter around the larger neighborhood during non-access hours. No information has been provided on partnership with other service providers in the area, perhaps to fill in these gaps of support. Therapists, counselors, mental health practitioners, addiction support with CAMH, medical professionals and CKHA, part-time employment, local employers, and a back-to-work program, partnership with trades training and apprenticeship, etc. You need to support, understand, respect, and value the homeless. Teach them they are still hugely valued as part of our community, and we want to partner with them to support them for a better life. There are many opportunities to partner and collaborate to help solve homelessness, but current plans seem so short-sighted and limited. For example, some communities build concrete on-grade shelters with communal kitchen and bathrooms for the homelessness outside of residential areas. Other options include modular or container homes that could be placed where needed and relocated if necessary. Tiny homes with communal services like a trailer park could also be provided. All of these ideas would be a valid and viable investment in our community and not cost that much with community involvement, volunteers, and donations from local businesses and government. But it starts with planning, collaboration, an integrated solution, and community involvement. It is not simply about providing additional shelter and beds for homeless. It is about supporting with a plan to rehabilitate and reintegrate homeless into our community. For example, has any outreach or research been done to see what other communities are doing to support the homeless population, creative and innovative solutions? London, Windsor, Toronto, others? Where are other local community services providers? New funding, $30 million, $6.7 million, and $25 million per year provided by the government is based around homelessness prevention programs, not supporting creating housing for the homelessness. Indigenous supportive housing program and community housing renewal strategies. CK apparently receives $177,838 extra in 2021 for a total of $2.846 million from the provincial government. What has been done with these funds? We have seen firsthand how crime in the landings has substantially increased, with over 3 times car break-ins, a home invasion, property damage, fence, front door and back doors, and other issues since the extended stay CK homeless shelter operated on Grand Avenue. We have purchased video surveillance cameras, had to repair properties, and have had to deal with tenants who do not feel safe and secure living in the area and have moved out prior to the term of their lease. Our tenants and neighborhood community have been negatively impacted with no to little increased oversight and support from police or other agencies, including Hope Haven and its programs. Clearly, the extended stay homeless shelter on Grand Ave was not well thought out nor well managed at the cost of the community taxpayers. There is also a growing aging population and retirement community in CK, many retiring to a warmer, temperate climate with healthcare and other local supports. Tenants have moved from surrounding cities such as Blenheim, Wallaceburg, and Dresden due to healthcare services. Other seniors have moved from Windsor and London and further, like the GTA. How are the vulnerable residents of the Eden Villa Retirement and Assisted Living on Stanley Avenue, 1 block north of the proposed homeless shelter, and other seniors in the neighborhood going to be protected from some of the undesirable drug and/or mental health homeless people brought into their community? Statistics Canada released a study on Canadians' perception on safety and crime in 2014, showing that fear of crime can lead to withdrawal from community and increased physical and mental health challenges. This isn't a well-thought-out, creative solution to the homeless problem. It's a short-term Band-Aid solution with negative impacts to our community and basic human rights to security, safety, and supported inclusion, with missed opportunities to build a world-class municipality that addresses homelessness and housing crisis collectively. Grant and Corrine, community members, and CK real estate investors.
The next deputation is from Margaret and Dwight Anderson, 99 William Street North. To all members of Chatham-Kent Municipal Council, as taxpayers residing in Chatham in the neighborhood that will be directly affected, we hereby humbly request an adjournment of Agenda Item 12A concerning the establishment of an emergency shelter located at 185 Murray Street in order to allow for appropriate neighborhood consultation. To enter into consultation after you have already signed a 3-year lease does not honor the spirit of the meaning of discussion and consultation. It then becomes an exercise of placating the neighborhood residents that will be affected without due consideration for their concerns and fears. Fears to establish a shelter in this location in an already vulnerable neighborhood, you are further entrenching the already established crime and disruption that is caused by those who must access services in the core of the community and then use the route from Tecumseh Park to Water Street Park, the Black Bridge, and beyond. The illegal activities that occur in these spaces and throughout the neighborhood is already well known by law enforcement, social services, and the neighbors. You have already taken into account the concerns of the businesses of downtown. Why would you not do the same with other taxpayers and residents? We understand that there is a great need for support of the vulnerable populations that find themselves homeless at this time, as well as the support for those who are dealing with mental health and drug addictions. However, it is critical to any neighborhood that is required to accept such a significant change to its makeup that there be a solid understanding of and commitment to all of the safety nets and resources that will be brought to bear to support it. And those supports need to be committed for the duration, not just on a yearly basis, subject to the whims of the governing council or provincial government. To do otherwise is not being responsible to the citizenry of who have elected you. Sincerely, Margaret Anderson and Dwight Anderson.
The next deputation is from Mike and Ashley Venema. As residents at 5 Elwood Ave, I have several concerns with the emergency shelter possibly being approved to be relocated to 185 Murray Street within our residential area. We have several young families with young children. During the pandemic, I witnessed this area turn back into a good old-fashioned neighborhood again. Children from surrounding blocks all met on Elwood and play up and down our nested streets. As I let my 9 and 7-year-old run out the door this morning with their friends from a few doors down, I felt an overwhelming sense of sadness of how we would not be able to just let them be kids in the neighborhood if a shelter was located steps away. I have concerns of hazardous drug paraphernalia potentially being littered on the street and the safety concerns that impose with young children. We have had this issue in the past when an apartment located close to Elwood on Adelaide Street was housed with people with dependency issues. That apartment has now been cleaned up and we have not had those issues recently. Within our residential area, we have schools, a nursing home, dog park, children's museum, Tecumseh Park, and more. With some of these facilities providing services to our vulnerable population also concerns me for the safety reasons. I'm not opposed to finding a solution to help house and keep homeless safe in Chatham-Kent. However, I strongly feel the risks outweigh the benefits placing an emergency shelter within a residential area. I understand the frustrations felt by local business owners with issues arising such as vandalism, etc., but how would they feel if this were done to their homes? I feel our neighborhood safety will be compromised and ultimately affect our daily lives as we fear for the safety of our children. Our children do not deserve to feel frightened to play in their front yards and streets. My questions are as follows. Council, what exactly is CKESS proposing to do to work with residents to ensure the emergency housing program will be a good neighbor? And furthermore, Councillor Michael Bondi, would you still consider 185 Murray Street an ideal location for an emergency shelter if your family still resided on Elwood Ave? Please consider our concerns regarding the relocation of the emergency shelter to our neighborhood. Mike and Ashley Venema.
This next deputation is by Bernadette Bruette. My name is Bernadette Bruette and I live at 18 Elwood Avenue in Chatham. I am formally requesting a deferment of Agenda Item 12A so that there can be public consultation regarding the proposed establishment of a 50-plus bed emergency shelter location at 185 Murray Street in Chatham. This location is in an historic and residential neighborhood, which also includes schools, daycares, a children's park, museums, children's activity center, and a retirement home. It is unconscionable that downtown businesses were able to speak out and refuse to have the shelter located downtown due to fears about vandalism and drug use, but CK Council appears more than willing to put these same problems in a lower income East End neighborhood in the midst of families and their children. The very opposite of gentrification is what would be accomplished, as the neighborhood decline would accelerate even more quickly. My 13-year-old daughter and I do not walk in our neighborhood after dusk because it is not safe. There are already a number of drug houses just a street or two over from us in all directions, about which nothing has been done. This past January, I had to call 911 because there was a man lying on the sidewalk and completely incoherent, which I suspect was either from a severe medical condition or excessive drug and alcohol use. How much will the police presence or other emergency services need to be increased to support this location? Is that also a part of this proposal? Municipal staff have made no effort to consult or converse with the neighbors prior to bringing this recommendation forward for approval, as this information was just made public on Friday. Tight municipal timelines to find an answer should not negate proper time for public consultation, as this often leads to short-sighted decisions. I have read the many positive comments in the Chatham Daily News article about this proposal to use the old Victoria Park site, but I would like to know how many of those people actually live in this neighborhood. The public opinion that matters is the people that live there, and we have not had an opportunity for meaningful consultation. I fully recognize the need and value of an emergency bed shelter, but it should not be located in an already low-income neighborhood that will endanger the safety of the families that live here and decrease property values. I purchased my house on Elwood Avenue 14 years ago because I am a former CCI graduate and love this neighborhood. My house is 122 years old and has character that I am proud to maintain, and I know every single neighbor on this street. We are families with children who deserve safe spaces for them to play outside, not to live in fear of the drugs and vandalism cited by downtown business owners. Please defer agenda item 12A so that there can be important, valued, and true public consultation. This is not an item that should be rubber stamped without consideration of the families that it will impact. Thank you for your consideration. I am trusting you to do the right thing and defer agenda item 12A. Bernadette Bruette.
Next deputation is submitted by Paul Bordeaux and Charlene Ranch, 49 Adelaide Street, North Chatham, in a neighborhood being proposed for the emergency homeless shelter. The local media ran a story Friday about a new proposed shelter location in our neighborhood. On the same day, we learned the recommendation for this location was on today's council agenda. The problem, of course, with this sequence of events is that the neighbors of this newly recommended location, the families and businesses that will feel the most impact, had absolutely no idea this vacant building on Murray Street was ever on the list of possibilities. If it wasn't for the news article and the quick work of people in our neighborhood who took it upon themselves to alert others, we fear the location would have been approved tonight without our input. A week ago, you may remember the recommended homeless shelter solution was Hope Haven, and that businesses in the vicinity were notified and given time to provide feedback. It seems we were not given the courtesy of that due process. As such, we ask Council to defer this matter until public consultation with all the relevant stakeholders can take place. Some of the stakeholders in the vicinity of the proposed location on Murray Street include all residents in the area bordered by Murray Street, Princess Street North, Colburn Street, William Street North, Water Street, 8th Street, Stanley Ave, and Lansdowne Ave. Businesses like Rona, Loads of Love, Four Diamond Events, and West Hook Construction. Institutions like the Legion and the Granite Club, and schools like Montessori and the Darrell Yaloom. The Eden Villa Retirement and Assisted Living Home, and the new Shakna Family Learning Center. No workable or well-received plan for the emergency shelter can be written until public consultation takes place and all stakeholders can agree to and sign off on a final plan for such an important facility, whether it be the Hope Haven, Murray Street, or another location in Chatham-Kent. There is a great need for a temporary shelter in Chatham. Everyone agrees on that. The new option being presented to council seems vague and rushed and raises a number of questions that haven't been answered in any public forum. How did the quickly revised recommendation for the emergency shelter get added to your council agenda without inputs from the families and businesses in the new location? Who are the group of investors that have offered to buy the property for the municipality? Why are stakeholders not advised of this ad hoc committee who toured possible sites last week? What additional safety assurances to the host neighborhood are being offered, negotiated to offset any issues that go with the shelter? How do people who access this facility feel about this location? With all the above in mind, we ask again that council defer item 12A until a complete and proper consultation being held and a detailed plan redrawn and approved by council and all its stakeholders. Thank you for taking the time to listen to this deputation.
The next deputation is from Rose Linsman. I am a resident of the Tecumseh neighborhood, living directly across from the side parking lot of the Future Skills School with 2 young children. I also come from a unique position in that I also own 2 businesses downtown. Moreover, I also work in the field of architecture as an intern architect and often work with community integration of buildings and building services. I shall also say that I have firsthand knowledge of what shelters and supportive housing can be like, as I lived in both as a young child to a single mom who left a difficult relationship. Firstly, I want to say I completely understand and fully support the need for a shelter. We need housing during these difficult times, especially as real estate prices hit all-time highs and rent in our area has skyrocketed beyond the means of those who are even working full-time. My concern is for the location of this shelter in a residential neighborhood with little to no services around it. For the most part, through my experience, people who are in shelters are mostly just facing adverse times, but there are bad apples too. My family left the public shelter we were staying at when I was a child because things were being stolen. I was getting pushed around as a little 2-year-old, and I was seeing things a young child shouldn't have to see, with no adults screaming and swearing at each other, drugs, mental breakdowns, etc. We went into social housing for single moms, and from there it was a better situation. At our store, our businesses have seen vandalism. We have seen many people having drug-induced trips and mental turmoil, screaming, throwing things, and swearing down the street. We have come to our store on numerous occasions to see that it has been urinated on overnight. These incidences are not necessarily from those who are homeless, but we see that as part of the problem we are having. Part of the problems we are having, not just that people need roofs over their heads, but we need supports and services here. Chatham-Kent is having a drug crisis that we have seen grow over the COVID pandemic. Despite having businesses downtown, we recommend that Chatham-Kent continue to look at a shelter downtown with public consultation, as that is where the homeless services are, and that is where they congregate. We also recommend that CK look into implementing a safe injection site that would improve the drug crisis, save lives, and help prevent needles in our parks and in our neighborhoods. We truly feel that a shelter downtown will help the problems we are seeing downtown, if it is located downtown. There has been many sites proposed, and I understand that after so many locations have been shot down, that now time is of the essence, especially with the lease coming up at the Travel Lodge. But I feel like such a big decision shouldn't be rushed, and large amounts of money shouldn't be spent on a temporary Band-Aid solutions. This school cannot accommodate all the services that are downtown, and I see that people will travel down Murray Street to downtown regularly. I'm not concerned for the majority of the people who will be housed there. My concern is for the few that we will see that can be dangerous and unruly and will be traveling by my kids' bus stop daily. Most cities locate their shelters downtown. If the shelter is not okay for downtown, why is it okay for a residential neighborhood? I ask that you think for a moment as to why Hope Haven has been put on the back burner. Is it because of some local businesses not wanting Is it because local businesses not wanting it because of their fears of vandalism, drug use, theft, and squatters? If so, does it then make sense to put it in a residential neighborhood filled with families? If it is the future school that can house more beds, which I know is very much needed, then why was the St. Joseph School downtown also shot down as a location for the shelter, even after plans were drawn up? If it is the future skill school can house more services, I can see that would be beneficial, but it would cost more money and it could never house as much as available downtown. If anyone staying at the shelter needs food, a bank, a post office, Service Canada, the food bank, employment services, learning services, a walk-in clinic, a pharmacy, legal aid, worship centers, the library, I could go on, but they will have to travel back and forth throughout the day to downtown. To hide this shelter away in an area that has difficulty with fires in the forest, drug use in the forest, squatters, etc., hoping that no one will care because someone downtown doesn't want it in their backyard in a place that makes the most sense is infuriating. If those at the shelter are users, wouldn't the forest be the place where they would go to make the area worse and more unsafe? If they are downtown and using, then there are less places to hide and it's more overt and there's a stronger police presence. If people are addicts, though, they will use wherever they can, and we need to deal with this problem. I see the shelter making a neighborhood more dangerous with needles and drug use next to a secluded area that is not frequently monitored and obstructed from public view, perpetuating the problem. I have heard of the fears that downtown Hope Haven will close and then all the people sheltered there will be on the street every morning. I have heard there is a day program which can help relieve this, but this isn't the case and the shelter is located at the Future Skills School, then people will be releasing into the neighborhood every morning, and I don't see them staying in a residential neighborhood with nothing around it. I would assume again that they will travel downtown until the evening or go into the forest, which is still perpetuating the problem we have. If there's a day program at Hope Haven offering Wi-Fi, laundry services, showers, etc., which Hope Haven mentioned, then that would help downtown and the homeless. If there's a day program at the Future School, I think that would be beneficial, but I don't see these people staying there all day and night with nothing around but schools and houses. We believe that the most people who use the shelter services are amazing people who are harmless and just need some help, but we know there are bad apples too. In a family neighborhood, how do we protect ourselves from the bad apples? Our main concern is for the safety and protection of our children who are playing on the streets and in the yards next to the shelter against the few bad apples. Please reconsider locating this shelter in a residential neighborhood. Sincerely, Rose Linsman.
This next deputation is from Sandra Wass at 23 Lansdowne Avenue. Sandra says, I don't think this is a good idea. There is a meth house about 30 steps away over the tracks that has not been dealt with over the last 10 years. How will this affect our home sales if we want to sell? Is the crime rate going to rise in our area? Who is going to pay for our home security? I don't think this is going to be a safe decision. Giving us less than 24 hours to find out about this is a bit much.
Next deputation is, from Keely Tizard at 157 Stanley Ave. Good morning. I'm writing to express my concerns over the recommendation of a 50-plus bed emergency shelter location on 185 Murray Street in Chatham. Only finding out about this issue on Friday, March 18th is negligent of the municipality to not inform residents sooner. Tight municipal timelines should not negate proper time for public consultation. This is a historic and residential neighborhood which includes schools, daycares, and a children's park, museums, children's activity center, and retirement home. Many organized sports also take place at the Chatham-Kent rugby field directly behind the proposed location and host the vulnerable sector weekly for sports. This is not the location for a 50-plus bed emergency homeless shelter. My young family deserves to feel safe where we live. We have the right to ask that you find an alternative location that is more suitable for the emergency shelter. Our family-oriented neighborhood is not one of them. The municipalities should have the interest of the residential neighborhoods in preserving the safety of them. If this motion were to go ahead, you are putting the safety of the families and individuals who live in this neighborhood at risk. Please find another more suitable location for an emergency homeless shelter. Our historic neighborhood isn't it. Sincerely, a concerned resident, Keely Tizard.
The next deputation is from Heather Kingham. I have lived in this charming, historic residential area close to Tecumseh Park for almost 45 years and was distressed to hear on Friday of the proposal to turn the old Victoria Park School into a homeless shelter for up to 70 individuals. I consider myself a compassionate and empathetic person, but this small, rather isolated residential area does not appear to me to be a good fit for this service. I was also quite dismayed to learn how quickly this seemed to have been pulled together and that no effort was made by Employment and Social Services staff to consult with the residents of the neighborhood prior to making this recommendation. There are several reasons why this neighborhood is not a good fit for this service. One, the site would be the next block to the Darul Uloom School, operated by the Islamic community in Chatham that has 90 children in attendance. The field beside the school is widely used by children outside of school hours for soccer, other sports, and for community celebrations. The site backs onto Eden Villa, which is an assisted living and retirement facility. Construction of the Skana Family Learning Center on 8th Street has recently been completed and is opening for childcare. The Montessori school is within a couple blocks of the site, and the children frequently walk in the neighborhood with staff. There are many families with young children in this area whose parents currently feel free to allow them to ride their bikes and play outside without concerns for their safety. This site is virtually the same distance from the businesses on King Street, which objected to the changes being made to expand Hope Haven. So the concerns that were raised then about this issue, such as vandalism, assaults, panhandling, still apply, but within the added concern that this is in a residential, multicultural neighborhood. I am aware that this homeless crisis in Chatham has become increasingly dire in recent years, but I believe the municipality needs to do more of a careful study that also takes into consideration the needs and concerns of taxpayers in order to find a solution that won't create a possible negative consequences for this lovely, historic, family-centered neighborhood. Heather Kingham.
This next deputation is by Frank Doyle. To Hope Haven management and staff, please don't try to sink the idea of another homeless shelter on Murray Street. That is in the proposal stages to CK Municipal Council. With the Travelodge on Chatham's West End closing, and after viewing what is available about the new proposal in recent news stories, it will be very foolish and selfish on your part, or anyone for that matter, to not approve and carry on with this proposal. I'm sure that Hope Haven will still have homeless people come and stay at your facility on Wellington Street West, as there seems to be more than an abundance of homeless people to fill both places, and still not enough to cover the entire homeless population, as from what I know of it and from what I've read about it. I hope CK Municipal Council follows through with this proposal soon, as the time is ticking on getting the people currently staying in the Travelodge and elsewhere on the street into new accommodations. Thanks for reading this. C. Frank Doyle of Chatham-Kent.
The next deputation is from Molly Allen, resident of 41 Adelaide Street North in Chatham. Municipal Council regarding the homeless shelter. Please consider this letter as a deputation on the topic of relocation of the emergency shelter at 185 Murray Street. Agenda item 12A that I wish to be read at the council meeting tonight. To begin with, I want to go on record to oppose the proposed development of the homeless shelter and also ask for a deferral until public consultation has taken place. It has come to my attention through an article that appeared in the Chatham Daily News that the new location for the homeless shelter has all but been approved. The approval, it appears, has been done without consultation of the residents in the surrounding area. Council should place a full stop on this development. In addition, any councillor with a vested interest in 185 Murray Street, either through legal representation of the downtown businesses or as an agent for the purchase of the property, should abstain for voting on this proposal. Originally, Hope Haven was going to be developed as a homeless shelter, but was changed as a result of the local businesses' disapproval. It was reported that local businesses raised concern about existing issues, including drug use and vandalism, in which they say they were encountering with homeless people in the downtown area. The proposal of 185 Murray Street does not make any logical sense. A change of venue will not change the existing issues. It only changes the direction from where people who may cause problems come from, and it's literally only a 3 to 5 minute walk down Murray Street. Surely any business downtown will not see this as any better of a location for them. I object to the development for the same reason as the local businesses, plus my concern for the safety and well-being of all the many children in the area. There are 2 schools, an Indigenous community center, retirement home, and museums, to name a few, and are all within a 2-minute walk of 185 Murray Street. The safety of children in the area should and must take precedent over the concerns of local businesses. If a local investor could quickly find money to purchase 185 William Street, I'm sure that the money can be found for a more suitable alternative to my residential area. Respectfully, Molly Allen.
The next deputation is from Dr. Mohammed Sultan. I am an emergency physician who has been working at the Chatham-Kent Health Alliance for the past 7 years. I wish to express my disapproval of the municipality's proposal to convert the Future Skills High School into an emergency shelter for the homeless. I frequently see and treat patients who are homeless in our emergency department. I am well aware of the social and financial challenges they face, lack of supports, stigmatization by the general public, as well as their medical comorbidities. In spite of having a very personal relationship with many of these patients, I am strongly against the proposal. My main issue is the safety of the residents in the proposed neighborhood. The homeless population is much more likely to be involved in drugs, alcohol, violence, prostitution, and human trafficking, public mischief, theft, and hate crimes. I understand very well that many who are homeless certainly do not fit the stereotype at all. Nonetheless, certain populations come with certain risk factors, the good and the bad. The current footprint of the homeless population is most frequently found in the downtown core and around the hospital. This does not come as a surprise to anyone. This is the same footprint that is felt in pretty much every downtown core in every municipality. Businesses who choose to operate in a downtown core know that working alongside the homeless is part and parcel of working downtown. To bring the footprint into a new residential area is unfair. It's unfair to the residents who were not properly consulted. Meanwhile, social services, the food bank, the employment office, the post office, the hospital remain downtown. In the emergency department, these patients are often aggressive, violent, and present with multi-drug overdoses. They require physical and chemical restraint, police and security presence. They have injured, threatened, and stalked nurses and staff and physicians. In trying to balance the needs of the homeless and the rights of the existing homeowners and the rights of business owners, I am least sympathetic to the business owners in downtown who are having a hard time generating revenue. They chose to open up shops downtown. They returned to their own homes after dark. Working alongside homeless neighbors is par and parcel for downtown businesses around the world. It is for these reasons I am strongly opposed to this proposition. I ask the municipality to be fair to the homeowners in Chatham-Kent's East End who seem to have very little say in the matter, and to work towards finding a more permanent and larger facility in the downtown core. Sincerely, Dr. Mohammed Sultan.
The next deputation is by Sana Ali of 30 Lansdowne Avenue in Chatham. As a homeowner who lives near the former Victoria Park Public School in Chatham, I was extremely disappointed to hear of the city's proposal to convert the school into a homeless shelter. This is a major decision which will have long-lasting impacts on all of the residents in the neighborhood, as well as the schools, daycares, the retirement home, and the Montessori that operate in our area. Firstly, a proposal of this magnitude should never have been put forth without public engagement. We are tax-paying, vote-casting citizens, and we expect that our elected officials will fully involve us in the decisions that impact us closest to home. Opening a homeless shelter in our neighborhood means we can expect increased crimes, theft, violence, drug and alcohol abuse, and mischief, just to name a few. I sincerely hope that if the municipality is responsive to petitions by business owners, then they should be even more sympathetic to petitions by homeowners, families with children, schools, and retirement homes. As a Muslim woman who chooses to cover her hair and face and wears traditional Islamic clothing, I am deeply concerned about my safety and the safety of my children. I often walk these streets alone. I have personally dealt with intimidation, harassment, and threats. Generalizing and painting the entire homeless population with the same brush is certainly not fair. Nonetheless, drug and alcohol use, poverty, mental health, and lack of higher education are no doubt risk factors for impulsive, dangerous, xenophobic, and hate-motivated behaviors. I ask that the municipality defer this agenda item and properly consult and involve the concerned residents in this decision. The consequences of a rushed timeline should not be borne by the residents in this neighborhood. Sincerely, Sana Ali.
Next deputation is by Dale Keeler, 15 Elwood Ave. To Mayor, council members, and administration, I'm requesting a deferment of the agenda item 12A from this evening's agenda, where council is being asked by administration to establish a homeless shelter at the former Victoria Park Public School. The location of the building may meet the zoning requirements and proceed without public input, but this building is an island in a residential area of Tecumseh Park neighborhood that includes schools, daycares, parks, museums, cultural center, and a retirement home. The proposed site is less than a block away from the Darrell Ulum School. I realize that this type of shelter is necessary for individuals who are dealing with addictions and mental health issues. They need help from both housing and support services. The majority of the support mechanisms are in the downtown core, and by utilizing this location, there will be a large increase of shelter clientele walking through the neighborhood to access these services. There are currently several drug houses in the area, which have led to an increase in vandalism, thefts, panhandling, and unsafe feeling on the streets and in Tecumseh Park. Some of the clientele will access these sites for their addictions, and my fear is the issues will multiply with an increased presence. There has also been numerous incidents of racial slurs directed at the Muslim community by these individuals. With children in the neighborhood, that is not a site for a shelter, which will see a large increase in this segment of population. I want to walk in the neighborhood with my grandchildren and not have to fear that they have to deal with these issues. I first heard about this plan on Friday, March 18th in Blackburn News. There has not been an official notice or consultation with the neighborhood to hear what is proposed, what the proposal includes, and if it does proceed, what means will be utilized to address concerns. There has also not been any costing on the refit of this site and other issues such as sewer backup, which occurred in the past when this site was an operational school. I'm requesting the deferral of this agenda item to allow neighborhood consultation to occur. This consultation should include council members, employment and social services staff, and emergency services such as police and fire paramedics. I believe this will allow council to then make a fully informed decision and the neighborhood to voice their concerns. It also allows for a full costing to be tabled. I wish to thank you for your consideration. Dale Keeler, 15 Elwood Ave.
And our final deputation council is from Darul Uloom Canada Academy of Sacred Knowledge. Darul Uloom Canada, a nonprofit Islamic school in the historic East End of Chatham, learned this past weekend of the city's proposal to convert Future Skills High School into a homeless shelter. We are deeply disappointed by the city's proposal and by the city's lack of public engagement with the neighborhood and the unilateral decision-making process. The building under consideration is directly behind our school and will have a major impact on the safety and security of the families and children who attend our school. We teach kindergarten to grade 12 with students as young as 4 years of age. We have been teaching in the East End of Chatham since 2010, and we have over 20 staff members, and prior to the pandemic had more than 100 enrolled students. Many children live in the immediate neighborhood and walk to school. Darul Uloom Canada is well aware that similar proposal to open a homeless shelter near Winston Churchill Public School was abandoned a few years ago due to safety concerns. We expect the same safety and security considerations for our Muslim school. Anything less is a clear double standard. Islamic institutions are already prime targets for hate crimes. Just this past weekend, a man walked into an Islamic center in Mississauga with an axe and bear spray before being neutralized by worshipers inside the building. Our own school has dealt with break-in attempts, broken windows, and theft. We can expect more hate crimes, petty crimes, theft, damage to property, drug abuse, trafficking, and litter as a result of this move. We have many women in our neighborhood who dress in clearly identifiable religious clothing, and they would be subject to harassment or injury. The businesses who have lobbied to move this shelter away from downtown have cited numerous examples of feces left on doorsteps, bottles of urine, drug paraphernalia, vomit, and they have dealt with damage to property, fights, and they have feared for their safety. Our neighborhood is home to a sizable, visible minority, a school, daycares, a retirement home, and a Montessori. It is absurd to expect that a residential neighborhood will be better equipped to integrate with this population. We ask that this proposal be abandoned and an alternative site be proposed, At the minimum, we ask that this matter be deferred and the concerned parties be properly engaged in public consultation. Thank you, the staff at Darul Uloom Canada.
With that, we'll go to item 12, Community Human Services.
12A, Chatham Emergency Shelter Location.
Councillor Crew, can I get you to move this? And Councillor Kirkwood White, will you second it?
Yes, I will move that, and I have a few questions for Polly Smith to address some of these concerns once we get it seconded.
Yes, I will second that to get it on the floor, and I have some remarks as well.
Yes, Councillor Bondi, we have a list that we will get to you on yours as well. So, Councillor Crew, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and I want to thank all of the neighbors and everyone who has sent messages and emails. This is not easy for anyone because it impacts everyone, and we have to listen to everyone, including our most vulnerable people who are homeless. Polly Smith, can I ask you what there's an overwhelming cry for to defer this for public input and consultation. Can you tell me the impact that this would have if we deferred this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is agreed that consultations are important, and community engagement is important in work like this. However, in this case, if this report is deferred, we would need a minimum of 2 weeks to get consultations scheduled to take place. The public would want notice to be able to attend. It's reasonable to think that the very soonest we could meet would be April 4th, but I actually doubt that would be very likely. Another report would have to be posted publicly and then a vote on at council. So we're already concerned about the current timelines. Due to the last delay, we need to order beds and other supplies. The construction has to begin. I think it's fair to say it won't until a lease is signed, which would be after a council approval. So with further delays, it's very possible we would not be able to move before the end of May. We would have to turn a number of people out without anywhere to go. We would not have the motel rooms or other locations. That creates a risk for additional encampments, which we're striving to avoid through this project.
I've got a few notes here, Polly, so maybe I can just help by asking. There's this idea that all of our homeless people come from other communities because it's pretty good here for homeless people. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Caniff and Councillor Crew. That does go around. That messaging does go around and is quite popular. It's said to my colleagues in other communities, including the neighboring communities of this area. It's not factual because we don't admit people from other communities into shelter. So our normal practice is to provide, if somebody needs some food and supplies, and then a ticket to where they live if they're willing to go, but they're not admitted into shelter services. There are a few very rare exceptions. If somebody is part of a human trafficking situation, we'd be working with service providers to rehome them in another community. We have made an exception for a few people that presented with COVID. We allowed them to isolate and get well before we sent them home. But typically, the numbers that we see from out of town are quite small, and they are offered tickets home. Do they go? Possibly not. They may be in encampments. There are also, if they have money for their own hotel rooms, we have no control over that, but we would not be funding them anywhere else or for shelter.
Okay. sorry, there were some questions around or comments that we didn't use the former CAW hall because it was near a school. That was a lease contract issue, was it correct?
Yes, thank you. That was not the issue. We had consulted with the principal of the school who was in support of our work. Their utmost, they strive every day. They have to be vigilant about the safety of children, so they're doing that anyway. So us being there was not a concern. And this principal had worked in other communities with shelters nearby. That was not the issue. The issue was being able to get a contract done in time, and then for the construction and everything that needed to be done couldn't be pulled together in the time required.
Yeah, I was just concerned when people were saying that we were picking one school over another, and that is not the case. That wasn't reality. So community partners that you work with the homeless. I know what you do, but can you elaborate on the community partners that help with housing first, and talk about when people come into the shelter that our goal is to get them housed, and how long they would stay there, and who stays there? Is it families? Is it people who are just, I know that some people understood that it's, families, and there's some bad actors in everything and everywhere. But can you just give us a visual of the type of people who would be living there? And I don't like using that word, and the partnerships that would be involved in helping them get into housing first.
Sure. I guess the shelter stayers, we call our guest stayers, they go through a diversion process and are admitted if they really have nowhere else to go, and if they're interested in being housed. There is a wide range of demographics represented. Our average age is about 38. About 38% of those we see are female, 61% male, about 9% are seniors, 1% people who identify as trans, non-binary. Indigenous people represent almost 17% of our stayers, and then we've had veterans as well. There is a misconception that all of these issues that we're talking about are related to homelessness. Well, not having access to a bathroom is related to homelessness, but addiction and crime are separate issues. Do they intersect sometimes? Yes, ultimately they do. But we really have a variety of people. It's sort of like probably only 1% of those that stay with us we worry about our safety, serious safety risks. And usually that doesn't last and they are no longer with us. We have another maybe 19-20% that give us, some nuisance issues that we're always coaching and learning with. Our staff work hard. And then, 80% of our guests are just people that want a place to live. As for community partners, we already work with the Indigenous Peer Navigator, Canadian Mental Health Association for mental health and addictions programming. We work with the hospital. We have the community health center on site for medical needs. We work with Hope Haven for some outreach in the day services. We work with Rock Missions. We talk with them about outreach to reach the people that aren't staying with us to see if they're ready to make a change. There's numerous partnerships that we are lucky to have, and we would actually be able to expand those services and have more on site in this new proposed space.
Thank you. Now there's been some concerns raised about what will happen during the day. Is this just an overnight shelter and out they go in the morning and to wander the neighborhood? Can you explain what your thoughts are on that? Because you've had some feedback about that with prior locations. Can you give me a little bit of a talk on that?
Yes, there was, we heard about that in the previous consultations, and that, is a concern, because you all of a sudden have all these people that have nowhere to go, and they might just upset people just by their very presence. So that was a concern. And with this new building and this model that we're developing for this building, we would be open 24/7. Meaning that people would not be turned out at any time of the day. They would be able to do activities on site. There would be food on site, and a lot of their services they require on site. And then they would come and go as they please. Except we close at 10. We have numerous safety policies that have really served us well. One is that we close at 10 at night. So you have to be in by curfew if you want to stay, kind of, like some dorms of the past, maybe. And we have that in place. So.
Okay. And there was a lot of discussion about studies and what we know about homelessness and the work that's been done. I just want to give you a minute to tell everyone that, we're just not new at this. You and your team have been working relentlessly for years, and especially over COVID, when homeless people had to be in, and there was nowhere for them to stay in at. So can you just give us a snapshot of the experience that your team has with working with homelessness and homeless providers housing providers in our community?
Thank you. Yes, we've been active in this work for, I believe, more than 10 years. It started with the previous director, and the need was really beginning at that time. And so we have worked with Employment and Social Services has worked closely with all of the different municipalities, all of the 47 in Ontario, as well as, obviously read and study, but we further are guided by the advice of the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, and they do a lot of the research. So there's it's a consultative process. We're connected. We're part of a network all the time, talking about these issues, and that is how we know that other communities like us are facing the same challenges, and we talk about solutions together and best practices. So we've had to evolve because of the pandemic. Things changed rapidly. We went in a direction we hoped we'd never go. We would much rather put people up in their own motel room and find them a place to live. And that was working, but prior to the pandemic, it was getting increasingly difficult. And when the pandemic hit, of course, everything changed rapidly.
Mm-hmm. And there's, according to this report, there's 4.6 new people who are new to being homeless each week in our community. So you put that, and a lot of that is from the high cost of rent and addictions and the pandemic and everything that feeds into this cycle. I think that when you look at that number, I don't know how we're going to keep up, and more people will be living in encampments. And we have an encampment task force that we've been working together on for a while to come up with solutions to make sure that we don't have more people in encampments, because that is even worse than having a shelter. So I want to thank you for all the work that you and your team have done. I know it's thankless, and sometimes you feel like you just keep digging a hole and there's no bottom. One other thing was about consultation to mitigate risks with the neighbors in the community. Can this be done in side by side with moving along? Like I think that we need to look at the risks. What are the concerns of the community, and how can we help mitigate those risks? And then it's like, everything is not the responsibility of Employment and Social Services. So where do you see that landing, Polly?
Thank you. I think that is the plan. That has been the plan through this. Even with the previous recommendation, the plan was to do consultations about neighborhood safety, fitting into the neighborhood, helping people not be afraid. A lot of the fears aren't necessarily, they're not founded. And some are, or they're not, I should say, they're definitely real fears of real problems, but they're not related to shelters. And a lot of the stuff they're talking about, even with Hope Haven, they haven't been a shelter for 2 years. So the things that they're talking about are happening are separate from that issue. So we do want to talk about those things, and we've been able to do it at our current location. And there's a lot, you set policies, and you're working with human beings, so we are able to manage our stayers to a certain degree, or they're not allowed to stay. And we also, some of the practices and policies we have, like using the homeless response line for admittance versus drop-in, because drop-in just causes a potential problem at the doorway, so to speak, or people coming by and saying, hey, can I come in? No, you can't. It's a private place you have to be admitted to. Having the doors closed at 10 p.m. Working with our guests, talking to the neighbors. What's happening? What's changed since we've been here? What are you afraid of? All of that. Appropriate lighting inside and out is key. Security cameras, is key, because we can see where people are going and what's going on. Fire would assist us with fire. Luckily also being municipal, we have access, to a lot of information and supports.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to just wrap this up. This isn't something anyone wants to do. None of us want to deal with a shelter. I remember Val always said, no, housing first. We're doing housing first. But this is just such a huge problem, and we need to have a good place for our people to get back on their feet with the right services at the right time. And I hope that we can work this out, and that we can all be good neighbors. And hopefully, I think that, an abandoned building is more of a problem than a building of any use. So, with the lighting and everything like that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that. I will yield the floor now. Thank you, Polly, and your team.
Okay, just the list, we'll go to Councillor Kirkwood-White, then Councillor Latimer, Councillor Finn, then Councillor Bondi. Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. At the risk of repeating some of the comments that Councillor Crew and Polly Smith have already made, I do have some remarks that I'd like to share. It is very clear that wherever the emergency shelter is located, there will be neighbors who will want reassurance that their concerns and fears will be addressed. And having spoken to a few of the neighbors in the area of the former Victoria Park School, some of whom, by the way, are close personal friends of mine, and having received dozens of emails to date, residents are requesting that the municipality create an opportunity for specific questions to be answered. And there is a significant number of questions that have been posed by those who submitted deputations tonight, as well as another 24 emails that municipal councillors received during the last 2 days that were not read aloud tonight. I'm well aware of the need to move quickly on this issue and the amount of work that needs to be undertaken prior to the looming deadline of the closure of the Travelodge. But what I really like about this particular option is that we are now seeing evidence of business, government, and nonprofit sector representatives coming together to address this issue. The plight of the homeless is a challenge that our entire community needs to resolve, and this can be described as very messy work. Having worked in the nonprofit sector for over 40 years to provide services to our community's most marginalized and vulnerable citizens, I am beginning to witness that more of our community's residents recognize the need to remove stigma and invest in upstream prevention. The latest announcement of the withdrawal management program at our local hospital and the introduction of Indwell, affordable housing with on-site support services, are welcome additions to our community. And in addition to that, I am looking forward very much to the discussions that are being organized as part of our municipality's new diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice strategy. These recent and current initiatives do offer hope. If all sectors of our community can work together to address the concerns of the neighbors, I do believe that we have an opportunity to potentially test pilot in a temporary location what Indwell is proposing to offer as a permanent housing solution. As an ambassador for Indwell and co-chair of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee with Chief Khan, I was pleased to hear, and I repeated this at the last council meeting, that the police chief in St. Thomas has confirmed that they have already experienced an 80% reduction in police occurrences in the downtown core with the opening of their Indwell facility last September. I also know from participating in the weekly social planning and action tables that there are dozens, literally dozens of local social service agencies, some of which Polly has already mentioned, faith communities, other community partners, and those with lived experience who really want an opportunity to explore how they might be able to assist with this temporary emergency shelter and also with a more permanent solution in the future. Such assistance could include things like friendly visiting, meal preparation on site, recreational services, and a variety of health-related services. And as others have already mentioned, collaboration is absolutely critical in addressing this issue. I do hope that we have an opportunity to have a discussion with the neighbors sooner than later, and that we can move forward in making this the best possible solution for everybody concerned. Appreciate very much the ability to be able to make these comments.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you through the mayor. I won't again repeat any remarks of my two previous councillors, but I do want to ask Polly 3 questions. And basically, Polly, I know we've talked before, and I do believe that the naysayers about this initiative don't so much have an issue with your shelter stayers as much as they do with the over and around flow of non-compliant individuals who demonstrate the addictive and other socially inappropriate behaviors. And this has remained an unaddressed concern, especially at this property and surrounding area. So I wanted to ask, how are your team in collaboration with community partners going to address these valid safety concerns differently or more effectively than previously demonstrated? And if you can you give an indication as to when and how this plan is going to be communicated to concerned citizens and businesses in this neighborhood?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first priority will be making the place safe and talking to the community members at sessions in person and online about how that will take place. The chief of police has agreed to join us, and I think that will be, having that police involvement is an opportunity to talk about these other issues that really fall more in line with the policing side of things. One item that we've used for safety in our own buildings has been using it's called CEPTED audit, crime prevention through environmental design. So that is looking at, what are your dark areas? Where do you need a fence? How do you divert traffic? That are just general, great general information for home safety, business safety, and so on. The police have designed a program like that. I think it had like 120 recommendations for the downtown when they were asked to do that. So there's opportunities like that that can be discussed at that at that level, because we're certainly not experts in that, and we go to the police for this kind of advice ourselves as we plan. Okay, I think I'm missing part of the question. Sorry, Councillor.
No, I think you did a pretty good job, because you led right into my my second question, and that was talking about additional lighting and other property privacy structures, and exactly what you said, doing that inventory and looking at what's already occurring there and what kind of environmental changes and processes and changes can we make to actually decrease the current illegal occurrences that are already happening there, and that people may anticipate will only increase, but which may or may not be linked at all to that shelter location. So I think it's really, really important that we communicate as soon as possible the process by which you're going to engage these concerned neighbors and residents and businesses, and that be a first to do, perhaps tomorrow, and deciding how we're going to do that and how that engagement is going to be ongoing, so that they feel, I kind of say it's a live document, right? We decide what works and build on that, and what isn't working, we change up, and sooner than later, so that concerns are addressed and nipped in the bud, and people know that we are being proactive versus reactive. The other consideration or question I had really was something I've been asking about, and it's that, is there a consideration being given to a nighttime 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. street ambassador initiative, or perhaps a more robust neighborhood watch patrol strategy that would involve a collaborative of our housing team members, professional, healthcare, emergency staff, trained volunteers, recovered addicts with lived experience, neighborhood business representatives and residents. Is there any consideration for or discussion surrounding that? There's a good example of this program out in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. It's the Bear Paw Clan patrol, and while they've had lots of experience and lots of best practices have come out of that, their experiences thus far, it has been very, very helpful in the neighborhoods taking back their neighborhoods and reassuring people who live there that we have safe streets.
Chief Khan is on the line, so maybe he might be able to add some commentary to that.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Latimer. Let me start off by saying, unfortunately, when it comes to determining a location for a homeless shelter, there will probably never be a consensus for an ideal location. That is a given. That being said, I do support public consultation. I think that a lot of positive ideas, suggestions, recommendations, ideas come from public consultation, and would support it 110%. In respect to some of the comments made by Polly, obviously we work in collaboration. We are one of the professional partners in respect to working and hopefully getting this implemented and developed within our municipality. But she touched on CPTED audits, crime prevention through environmental designs. That is certainly one thing that we will take an active role in respect to whatever location is ultimately determined by council. Is we will complete a thorough and robust crime prevention through environmental design analysis, as well as target hardening, not just for the location that we're talking about, but also for residents in the immediate vicinity. It's ironic, and I put this out as a suggestion. Hopefully it will mitigate some of the concerns. It is not definitive, but I do recall many years ago hearing the same concerns, the same issues being raised when we were trying to determine where we were going to put a methadone clinic in our municipality. That there was going to be an increase in crime in the immediate vicinity of the residents that lived close to the methadone clinic just off of Grand Ave. And we did an analysis over a couple of years, and we did not see any spike, any rise in criminal activity. As a matter of fact, it remained rather stagnant, and in 1 year it actually decreased. I don't know if that was just people being more self-conscious about it, but the fact was that we did not observe any noticeable peak or rise in any criminal activity. Now, I'm not suggesting that would be the case here, but there is some similarities in respect to the two topics that we happen to be addressing here tonight. I don't know if there are any other questions that council would like to direct towards me in respect to this issue, but I'm more than willing to field any of them that you may have.
Chief, do you have a comment on with regard to a street ambassador or a more robust neighborhood watch patrol that would, even initially, as part of that subject exercise?
Yeah, actually, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Latimer, we are always advocating for more neighborhood watch groups. Neighborhood watch groups, as council has often heard me say, police cannot be everywhere 24/7. So we rely upon neighborhood watch groups. And some are very, some are more active than others. For example, in the past, as Councillor Crew will remember, as most of us will remember, Eastside Pride was very, very active in the eastern portion of our municipality, Chatham proper. But we always support and promote neighborhood watch groups. I think what it is important to emphasize is that is an initiative that has to be run by people, citizens within the local area, but it would be supported by police services. I would also bring to council's attention too that Chatham proper, our municipality from a policing perspective is broken into 3 districts. We have a North District, Central District, and South District. Our districts are then broken down into zones or patrol beats. Central District, which is Chatham proper in the immediate surrounding rural area, has the most zones. It has 6 zones. In addition, we're augmenting those zones with our bike patrol unit. Now that we're moving into the post-pandemic phase of COVID, you're going to see the more utilization of auxiliaries as well with our bike patrol unit, frontline officers, and our traffic unit. So I'm hoping that all of those assets, resources that we have as a police agency, as a police organization, will help mitigate some of the concerns of any location where we determine that there is going to be a homeless shelter if it is going to remain in Chatham proper. We can concentrate a little bit more of our resources just simply because we have them in our central district as opposed to in the north or south.
Thank you, Chief Khan. I think, and I know that our housing team view the police as a strong community partner of any initiative that they attempt or put into or try to implement. I will always be a staunch supporter of our Housing First strategy, and I continue to commend you, Polly, and your team's ongoing dedication and determination to take care of some of our most vulnerable residents. And I'm hoping through your team's responses tonight that it provides the reassurance to both council members and those community residents who are seeking, that they're seeking answers, and our commitment to support them if we move forward with this initiative. So I'll let the other council members continue.
Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Your Worship. Out of the 12 questions I had written down, I'm left with one. Echoing what the previous councillors have stated, through you to Polly. I was asked today, and I couldn't give them an answer, how many individuals have sought shelter over the last 2 years? You've stated adults, males, and females, elderly. How many families just in this last 2 years have utilized our shelter? And what percentage have been successfully housed from the shelter services?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if my colleague Josh Myers is on the line. I have some of the data, but I think he has a more detailed answer.
Hi, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Josh Myers, Program Manager with Employment and Social Services. So this afternoon I pulled some reports, and since we started providing emergency housing in March of 2020 as a response to the pandemic, we had 602 unique individuals and families stay one night in shelter during this time. I don't have the families readily available to me at this time, but I can certainly provide that to you and to the rest of council very quickly this evening or tomorrow. But how we record our housing placements, we do it across all of our service partners because we deliver a number of different programs with our Community Homeless Prevention Initiative provincial funding. So all of our staff with ESS record any housing placements that they provide, as well as our partners with CMHA and the Salvation Army. So in the same time period, CK Cares completed 518 housing placements. Now this isn't to say that every single one of the individuals that were staying in emergency housing went from emergency housing into a housing placement, because our services follow people to wherever they end up. So some of the housing placements come from people who are couch surfing, someone who might be moved back in with mom and dad, they might have moved to a boarding house, or they might have left directly from Travelodge. But during this time period, 518 housing placements. Our rapid rehousing team works very closely with those that are on the Travelodge floor, and I believe our last number for those that are still housed at 6 months was a 75% success rate. We're working diligently to try and get that up to 80%, which kind of business standard, if you will, is kind of sought after as a very successful housing retention rate. But often we're trying to fill a lot of different gaps in the community with respect to healthcare and mental health and addictions and what services are available. So as we are working to address that, we hope to see that number increase. But the important thing is that we are consistently getting people housed as best we can right now, as we are seeing more people come in. So that's where you can see that we have up, I believe, 4.6 new families or new individuals each week, but there's room being created because other people are being housed. And I just received a message from a colleague. There's 53 families and 92 children in 2020 and 2021.
Thank you, and thank you to everybody on the team for the hard work they've put in these last 2 years. That's it.
Councillor Bondi, followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Okay, I just want to start with referencing the deputations, the 22 out of the 23, were basically their big concern was really, it's about the location, very similar to the title of the recommendation that we have in front of us today is Chatham Emergency Shelter Location. This is the issue. There's been a lot of talk, maybe 45 minutes or so, of the need for a shelter and what the shelter provides and et cetera. And that's all fine. I think we all kind of get that. What is important tonight is the location. And we've been through this a couple of times with the CAW Hall and then Hope Haven. And now here we are at Victoria Park School. And I will say, admittedly, as many people would have seen me in the Chatham Daily News, I thought, hey, maybe this is a good idea. Similarly, I thought the CAW and Hope Haven were probably okay ideas too. But, and again, as somebody had mentioned just recently, a couple of moments ago, that council should be proactive rather than reactive. Well, I really think we should be reactive. We're elected by people to react to their concerns. So I think the reactive decision tonight is to allow these people to be heard, the residents from the neighborhood and beyond, because everybody has a voice in this. That's what we didn't do. We didn't listen to the residents, not because we didn't want to or they didn't want to speak. There was just no forum for it. So I think that was a big miss. And when we did hear from the residents close to the CAW Hall, and then the business owners close to the Hope Haven, things changed, and then we moved the location. Now here we are at Victoria Park, without really listening to the residents, except for tonight, the people that have the effort to go through the deputation process. So I think if we're to vote on this tonight and say, okay, well, we're going to vote on it tonight, presumably it would pass, and then we'll listen to the residents. Well, no, that's backwards. I think we listen to the residents first, then we make a decision. So I don't think that we've approached this the right way, and I was wrong, by saying, well, I think this is a good location. And as one of the deputations mentioned that my family had lived there, and yes, I did. I grew up on Elwood Avenue, 30 Elwood as a matter of fact. And my mother lived there for 50 years in total. I haven't lived there in about 20 years, or sorry, 30 actually. Obviously I visited my mom, but so I kind of lost a little grasp of the neighborhood and the community feeling of the neighborhood, and even the new daycare center, which I kind of knew that was going there, but frankly, kind of skipped my mind. I just forgot. I didn't think much about the schools, just not being in the neighborhood. Like the majority of the people presenting deputations tonight, they live in the neighborhood. They have a real grasp, a real feel of what's going on there. I wasn't aware of the crime problems that they're experiencing. I live in the downtown core, and I've experienced my own set of crime problems, and that's everywhere, but I think it's a little elevated maybe in that neighborhood. So maybe this is not a great idea. That'll be a council decision. But what I would like to do, and I'd forwarded this motion, I emailed it to Judy and to you, Mayor Caniff, hours ago. So I would like to make the motion, and the motion would read, well, there it is. Thank you very much. That the report be referred back to administration until such time that public consultation is completed on this issue. And if I get a seconder on that, I would comment on it.
Is there anyone going to second the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, Councillor Thompson. Okay.
Great, thank you very much.
Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Well, again, I guess I'm just sort of repeating myself, but I really think that we have to have, the buzzword is a robust engagement with the neighbors. And again, anybody else that wants to get involved as well. It's not restricted to neighbors. I think that conversation has to happen. We've all received, like everybody on council, I think I stopped counting at about 65 emails. And that's when I stopped counting. There's endless questions that have not been answered. And not because people are, in different services are refusing to answer. They haven't been given the opportunity to answer. And many of the residents and concerned citizens haven't had the opportunity to ask these questions. So if we pass this tonight, it's sort of like pass it today, ask questions later. Well, that's no good. That doesn't work. So I think we stop the train tonight, allow public consultation. And by that, I mean we should have, now that we're in sort of post-COVID times, a public consultation in person where people can, face-to-face to administration, to police services, to paramedics, to fire, social services, of course, and, ask, what does this do to our neighborhood? Or what do you think it's going to do? Obviously, nobody's going to know for sure. But have that sort of engagement, that will give council a much better idea of, is this the right location? And again, I don't speak for council, I only speak for myself. But that's where I think, when this term of council started, we, I guess not acknowledge, but announced that this would be a transparent local government that would listen to citizens. We would do things above board. We would eliminate red tape, et cetera, et cetera. This is how to be transparent, is to listen to these people. And frankly, our minds may change. And we may decide, you know what? No, this isn't the right location. I don't know that there is a good location. I personally believe in the old policy of not warehousing people and putting them into motels and transitioning them into some sort of, permanent stable housing. But here we are. I don't know that we're ever going to back off from the bricks and mortar thing. I wish we would, but in any event, that's my piece on this. And Judy, if I could request a recorded vote on this, please.
Any other questions specific to this motion? Don?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm very sympathetic to what Councillor Bondi's proposing, but my challenge is what's going to happen with the people when we are asked to leave the travel lodge? That's the flip side. So we're going to have upwards of 50 people that are going to be out on the street. And if we're going to delay that, I think we need to have some direction for the staff, because right now we don't have another location. I'm very sympathetic that we haven't had the opportunity to go out, because we've had, in the last 2 weeks, there have been at least 3 new locations proposed that we had gone out and done over 2 months of public consultation, tried to ask for it. There were no sites identified. So I'm very sympathetic to what we're trying to do in terms of giving people the opportunity. But now the reality is we have no other place to put people, and they're going to be asked to leave. So we're going to have over 50 people out in the streets, sleeping downtown, sleeping in the woods, or some other location. If we had any other alternative, we would not be doing what we're proposing tonight. So I don't think anybody is disagreeing with what Councillor Bondi suggested, that the long-term housing first strategy is where we want to be. But that's the challenge. So if we're going to postpone, I think we need some direction as to where those other people are going to be spending the night.
Oh, through you, Mayor Caniff, could I respond, Don? Mayor Caniff, is that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I understand that, Don, and I really do. We've had a long time to get to this. And, in my time on council, here we are again. It's an 11th hour. We've got to make a decision tonight. This decision is going to affect a massive neighborhood in a really big way. So that's maybe our fault that, we left it to the 11th hour. If that's the case, I don't think the people that live in the neighborhood are going to say, oh, gee, you guys didn't see this coming. We saw it coming. And the answer to where would these 50 people go, we go back to our old policy, motel rooms on Grand Avenue. I'm sure there's vacancies, and if it's only going to be for a little while, that would be a solution rather than hustling through a decision tonight that's going to have a massive impact on an entire section of our community. It may be a little costly to do that in a very short term, but I don't think we're going to kick them out on the street and say, have a nice day. We haven't done that for 40 years, right? So there are motel rooms available.
Apologies if I could just clarify. If we had the hotel rooms available, that's exactly where they would go. Our staff have sought for them, and there are not the rooms available. That would have been our first choice, and we're in complete agreement with that. Unfortunately, we have an increase, as one of the deputations said, we've had an increase of over 300% in the number of people that have been homeless, a lot of it due to COVID. So they're out on the streets. So people that were staying with family and friends have been asked to leave. So that's the challenge. We don't have the capacity. So there will be people on the streets if we don't go. So I apologize. I don't mean to get into a debate about it. I just want to make sure that you and the other members of council had the factual information. There are not the rooms available. Thank you.
April, can you add to that as well, please?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I do want to add to that comment, Councillor Bondi. We have certainly exhausted all motel rooms along Grand Ave. In reality, because of the lack of affordable housing, because of the lack of places for people of very, very low income and are homeless to live, we have a number of individuals who are in hotel rooms as their accommodations. They are paying to stay there because there's nowhere for them to rent. So the hotel rooms that were once available are no longer available. And those that are, the very few numbers where some of the motels have vacancies, we are reserving those for our families. And you heard earlier that we have had a number of families with a number of children that have been homeless. And we do not put them in our Travelodge shelter facility. We house those families with young children in the very few available motel rooms along Grand Ave. So I just needed to kind of get that out there. We too would love to go back to a housing first philosophy. We continue to be housing first, continue to work to move people to housing. Josh spoke about the success rates. The issue is that we have a huge number of individuals who are in crisis, who are homeless, and need somewhere to stay. Or as Dawn indicated, they will be on the streets. We will see them in encampments. We will see them on benches because they have nowhere else to go. So thank you, Mayor. That was just my comment. I had to comment on the motel room issue.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, can I just respond to April, please? The Bradley Center popped up as a shelter overnight, it seems. So could that not provide for an interim shelter in between, and nothing saying what I'm proposing tonight, Deep Six is Victoria Avenue, but it might. That'll be council's decision. But in the meantime, if we've got a couple of months, perhaps, a Bradley Center. It seemed to work the last time, so why not again?
Through you, Mayor Caniff, certainly we take direction from council. I think that the reason that we had to relocate the vaccination clinic is that the Bradley Center is almost completely booked. And some of the tourism issues, some of the events that are being held there will actually help bring Chatham-Kent back to hopefully some pre-COVID times, get us out of this pandemic. And that would mean displacing a significant number of events. Certainly, Gord Quinton, my colleague, would be able to speak to the bookings that are in there. But that is the reason, like I said, we had to relocate our vaccine clinic. They are booked now for multiple events and very, very large events that will be taking place there.
So in other words, if we don't make a decision tonight, we're going to be kicking all these people out onto the street with nowhere to go. That's what I'm getting, right? Is that true?
That is. We have been given notice. We even went back to Travelodge to see if they could give us a bit more time. The answer was no. They have started construction. They are sticking to our agreement, and we have to get people out of there. So we do need to have somewhere for them to go. That doesn't mean we don't want to work with the community. We want to be good neighbors. A lot of the issues that have been raised tonight are very important issues, both for us as administration and for the neighbors in any community. And so we will be setting up meetings. This is all, I agree with some of the deputations. This has all happened quite quickly, but that doesn't mean that the team hasn't done a significant amount of work. Victoria Park was looked at quite some time ago. The cost was very prohibitive for us to look at it as a shelter location. That went off the market. It was purchased. It then came back on the market, and we have had some business partners step forward, as I think Councillor Kirkwood-White indicated, in a partnership to work with kind of private business owners, to work with the municipality, to work with all of our community partners. So we do also, we have looked right across the city for sure. And we will spend, as we begin to get ready to move people out of the shelter, we will set up meetings to answer every single question as best we can by community members. And I think Polly indicated that Chief Khan has agreed to be at those meetings as well. We'll be there. We'll get our community partners there, who will be supportive of providing services out of the shelter location, and hopefully move forward. We have our most vulnerable citizens that we kind of support in our shelter system. They just want a place to live. They just want to work with us to find housing, and that is our goal, that everybody deserves a place to find safe shelter, and we'll continue on that path. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor, did you have any questions related to this, the motion to defer?
I didn't. I think I was on the speaker list before the motion to defer, so I'm not sure if that allows me to have the floor for my questions.
Yes, it does. I apologize, Councillor B. McGregor. I should have let you, the motion still stands, but you were on the speaker's list prior, so please make your comments, then Councillor Oche, I'll go to you.
Appreciate that, thank you. And I certainly appreciate all of the feedback we received from the community, emails and phone calls, and, you know, as April said, and as a number of councillors have mentioned as well, you know, it's a really quick turnaround, and it's a difficult decision to make, and it's a difficult issue to talk about in many ways, and often these issues don't really get a lot of sunlight until there's a decision to be made. So these types of conversations, I think, are really important. And, you know, there's been lots of valid concerns brought up, lots of questions that I think community members want answers to and want to know essentially what's happening within the community. And I think it's important to remember that, you know, the individuals accessing shelter services and that aren't accessing shelter services, that may be living rough or in encampments, they're also members of the community, and you know, as we know, we like to take care of our community. We have to figure out the best way to do that. I did have a couple of additional questions. A number of them, you know, got covered earlier. But I know in previous in the previous report we had some discussion around the involvement of Hope Haven and taking over some of those services. And just wanted to ask Polly, with this proposal, is there currently any involvement with Hope Haven in actual service delivery, or are they still running their services out of their current location? And does that change anything for them?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. That they're continuing their services as they are. We continue to talk about the future. Even with the previous report, it wasn't intended that they would deliver the services in the near future. The capacity's not there yet. They have minimal staff, and they've agreed that volunteers are not suited to this work. They have to be, you know, hired, trained professionals in the field, social work, you know, type workers. So, we've got sort of our initial work, and we need to get things right, and then we will look at how can we partner and how could services be delivered in alternative ways in the future. I think, that we've seen so much change in the last few years that we're going to see a lot more change as things ramp up again in this new world that we are encountering. So it's still on the table, and they're continuing to help people downtown that are living in poverty and that need their day services.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's an important thing to take note, that we're looking at a solution that's municipally staffed, 24 hours, that it's much different than what we might think of some shelter services in some communities in the past. And I know we had some community members that asked, what types of services would be provided at the shelter? Where are people accessing food? How are they accessing the other services that they typically would need throughout a day?
Yes, there would be food on site and sort of basic needs. At least we usually do at least 2 meals a day, and people can, they do have a little bit of their own money and they can do their own thing. We'll be looking at all that and what works in the model. And there's still a lot of things to be decided through the consultations. And there's a lot of impact that people can have going forward with the plans, as well as with our community partners. So there's opportunities, but a lot of things will be on site, yes.
Mm-hmm. And I know, we've talked a lot about housing first models, and I think that's everyone's preference. Everyone in the community, everyone that's certainly working in employment and social services, and as a council, we've endorsed that philosophy for a long time. And I know we talk about this as a temporary measure that's needed, and I know anyone in the community recognizes that need's there. If we're thinking about transitioning out of this in 3 years' time, what needs to be in place? What capacity needs to be in place for us to move forward with that strategy without a bricks and mortar shelter?
There's a lot of things that have to happen. There has to be a multi-pronged approach, but the main thing is housing. We need housing and access to housing. Things like supportive housing that Indwell provides could be a real key partner, could make a big difference, especially if they're able to do a number of units. There's also, we have increased and new builds coming in social housing, so there's opportunities for people to live there as well. There's a lot of different things that can be done where developers could be asked. I mean, they're not part of our plans and our mission now, but do they want to have some units that are affordable, that are not full market rent? So these are rent payers. There's a lot of things that can be done, and we really need to probably examine what else can we do, because we can't obviously build 300 units in 3 years or even more than that, because there's a lot of people that would benefit from affordable housing. But I think there's a lot of things that could happen. The market, the rental market, if there's a lot more buildings, that could also soften and help the situation.
Great, and I think that those are important things to focus on too while we go through these conversations, because when we think about the issue we're facing right now, it's very much a downstream issue, and it's unfortunately has to be a downstream solution now. And when we think about what caused us all the upstream issues, certainly COVID's top of mind, but if we look at government policy for the last decades, and we think about underinvestment in housing and rates for social assistance, we think about all those issues that lead to poverty, intergenerational trauma, and lack of access to mental health services. These are big, huge issues that I think that when we see other levels of government fail at them, they're very real outcomes on this municipal level, and then we end up in meetings like tonight. So I think that whenever we have these conversations, we really have to keep those big things in mind and think about that as we move forward with policy. We look at the tools we have municipally to deal with it, but I think we also need to push our partners at other levels and say, hey, we see the real outcomes of these policies, and we need to change. And I think everyone's recognizing that that's there, and I'm glad that we've heard ideas from deputations tonight about harm reduction, and we've talked in the community about safe supply and all these other things that need to be in place to start really making an impact. So I think that this is a really controversial thing to have to go through as a council, but it is an opportunity to shed some light on an issue that people are living every day, and those are real people, and there's real impacts in the community. And it's been really helpful to hear folks tonight talk about too delinking this idea of stayers at the shelter with criminality all the time. And I know being on the BIA for a period of time, we got those police reports, and there's people that are housed that are part of that downtown crime and issues going on. It's not shelter stayers. So I think when we think about those issues that are occurring, it's not because of the shelter. It's because there's issues in the community, and that's not unique just to Chatham-Kent. It's everywhere in Ontario now. It's every community you talk to. So I really appreciate that this has been a challenge for our municipality. It's going to be a challenge for all members of our community. We really need to look at some of the bigger solutions and start pushing appropriately for them, so that we don't find ourselves in these situations 3 years down the road when we're looking to get back to that housing first model that really makes a difference in people's lives. Thank you.
Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to whoever can answer this, I guess. How did we end up going from downtown to residential area with schools in the area?
Thank you.
Sorry. Oh, thank you, Polly.
Thank you. April, did you want that, or would you like me to respond?
You can start, Polly. I can add if there's anything else after.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as you know, the report was deferred because administration had received information. This was on March 7th, received information that there was business owners that were going to offer other alternatives for the building. So last week or the week before, other buildings were toured and reviewed. Then this building was purchased by that group of business owners and offered to us rent-free. We reviewed the model that we had previously proposed and this new opportunity, and decided that this new opportunity was a better solution. It provided a lot more flexibility, a lot more less risk of having to basically get 3 programs going and have community partners and so on site. I had previously, and my team and I had looked at this building. We were very interested in it prior. We were familiar with it. We were looking at actually federal grant funding potentially, but that wasn't going to be a possibility. So without capital, we hadn't bought it, but we had good information going into this building, looking at it and how it might work. So then the recommendation came after that review.
Thank you, Polly. I'm not sure if Dr. Redike was going to speak as well.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I think Councillor Oche, Polly has certainly summarized that. I think from our perspective, as she indicated, and the report indicates, we had several locations that were brought forward, and we viewed all of those. I think somebody else earlier said there will never be a perfect place for a shelter. Because we're a housing first community, and that makes it difficult to locate a shelter really anywhere. But how we landed on that Vic Park location, I think Polly has summarized that well. I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I guess my last question was, do we really think a residential area is better than downtown? Like, obviously you do, but I mean, is residential really where you want this? I guess I'm just worried about the schools, just like I was when we were looking over at Merrick, because with the needles and everything else that could be accidentally picked up by a young person.
So, Councillor Oche, I'll allow this last question, but yes, we should be referring to specifically what any questions were as far as referring back to administration, but I'll allow that last question be answered.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do believe this is a viable solution that can work in the community. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been proposed. There isn't necessarily, we have not had a problem with needles at our current location. There is a bit of a problem with needles in a lot of locations in the community, and they do need to be managed. That is the recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bondi, do you want to make any final comments before we vote on this?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Well, it's pretty straightforward, I guess, that we should go back to the public and talk. What I did want to mention was, I was in the media, the newspaper, etc., saying, I think Victoria Park School seems like a pretty good idea. And at the time, I thought, hey, this does seem like a pretty good idea. And what happened was that the public input through, the public's ability to contact us through email and this evening through deputation did make me rethink that. And, admittedly, I'm not always right. I don't know that I was wrong on this, and we'll have to wait and see what happens with these consultations if this motion passes. But I think this is a real testament to, the public stood up and said, hey, we need to be heard from, and we weren't. And and deputations and emails to council aren't enough. They need a face-to-face meeting with the powers that be, police, ambulance, fire, social services, council. So, when we get this kind of pushback on something, I think it's important that we listen, and that's what this motion is attempting to do, is to give, that voice a real platform. And again, this motion doesn't kill the idea. It just says, hey, we have to go back and talk to the public. And I understand there's this timing difficulty, but that's really on our end. So that's what the motion does. It just says, let's go back and listen to these people, because, I don't know that we did know all of the facts and all of the different nuances of that neighborhood. And again, I grew up there, and that was 30 years ago, so it's a long time ago. But that's it. That's the motion. It's pretty straightforward. I think we should go back to the public and hear them out, and then take it from there. And that's it. Thank you very much, Mayor Kenneth. I appreciate it.
Okay, well, with that, we'll put it to vote. Over to you, Judy.
Okay, Council, so I will go alphabetical. Councillor Oche.
Yeah.
Councillor Bondi.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Councillor Sakachi.
Third conflict.
Can I
Oh, right. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Solomon.
You're
So
welcome.
you abstain. Sorry about that. Councillor Crew.
No.
Councillor Foss.
No.
Councillor Finn.
No.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Harrigan.
No.
Councillor Kirkwood White.
No.
Councillor Latimer.
No.
Councillor McGrail is absent. Councillor Brock McGregor.
No.
Councillor C. McGregor.
No.
Councillor Pinsno.
No.
Councillor Solomon.
Yes.
Excuse me. Councillor Thompson.
Yes.
And Councillor Wright.
Yes.
One, two. Oh, Mayor Caniff, sorry.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So motion passes 11 to 5. Sorry, motion fails. I apologize. Motion fails 5 to 11. So we can go back to the main motion, Mayor Canna.
Okay, is there any other questions related to this motion? If there isn't, I'll go over to Councillor Crew for final comments on it. Seeing none, well, Councillor Crew, do you have any final comments before we vote on this?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. No, I don't. I think everything's been said tonight.
Okay, with that, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in and motion passes 11 to 5.
Okay, we'll move to a notice of motion. Councillor Oche.
Sorry, Your Worship, if you have someone else, could you go to them first, please?
We just have one notice of motion.
Of course.
Councillor Oche, I can read it for you if you'd like.
If you could, please. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. I, Councillor Mark Oche, will bring forward this motion at our next council meeting. Whereas Morris, Devlamink, owner of a farm property in the community of Raleigh, plans to donate a portion of the farmland to a neighboring private landowner, being the Merlin Cemetery, and whereas applications under the Ontario Planning Act for consent to sever and zoning bylaw amendment are required to be submitted to the municipality to enable the land transaction, and whereas the 2022 municipal fee for the application is $4,287, therefore be it resolved that Chatham-Kent exempt Morris Devlamink from paying the municipal fee for the planning applications for this land donation to the Merlin Cemetery, and that the $4,287 be transferred from the strategic reserve to the planning services budget for the application fee.
Thank you, Judy.
Okay, non-agenda business, Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to take a moment to commend Monica Basic for the efforts that she has made to encourage Canadians to wear blue and yellow this coming Thursday to show solidarity for our friends in Ukraine. And I also want to wish her a happy birthday today. Thanks very much.
Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to let everyone know, if interested at all, there's a company selling the Ukrainian signs that say support the Ukraine for $25. So all profits, which is $15 in profit, going to the Canadian Red Cross directly to the Ukraine. And if anyone is interested, they can get a hold of me. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go on to for the reading, the first and second reading. Can I get Councillor Solomon and Councillor Pinson to move that, please?
I will move that, Your Worship.
And I will second it, Your Worship.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Third and final reading, Councillor Foss and Councillor Sakachi.
So move, Your Worship. So move, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi.
I'll second that.
Okay,
Mayor
Councillor
Kemp.
Latimer. Anyone opposed? Motion carried. We'll go to Councillor Crew to close this meeting, and we'll have Councillor Oche finalize the meeting tonight.
I move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held Monday, March 28, 2022, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
So moved.
Okay, with that, anyone opposed to closing this portion of the meeting at 8:32? Hearing none, This meeting's closed. I'll pass it over to Councillor Hall now.
Thank you very much, Mayor Caniff. With that, I will call the next meeting to order at 8:33, which is our Natural Heritage Committee meeting of the whole. So call the meeting to order, and I'll pass it over to Judy Smith for our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. We acknowledge that we are on the lands of Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional lands of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we as beneficiaries of the treaty must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Councillor Hall, there is no supplementary agenda, and there were no pecuniary interests declared on the report this evening.
Thank you, Judy. Moving on to item number 5, which is approval of the minutes from the meeting held on February 14th, 2022. If I can get a mover and a seconder. Councillor Finn, could I get you to move that? And Councillor B. McGregor, could I get you to second?
So moved.
So seconded.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Hearing none. Is there anybody opposed? Hearing none. That carries. So we'll move on to item number 6, which is our public consultation for woodlot preservation options. And with that, I will pass it over to administration for a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Ryan Drucks, Director of Planning Services. I'll provide a brief introduction while Gabriel Clark starts the presentation. Thank you, Gabriel. At the last meeting of this committee on February 14th, the committee provided some direction, effectively 2 different things. The first was that the committee wishes to explore 3 different tools that could be employed to support the preservation of woodlots on private property in Chatham-Kent. Those include education tools, incentive tools, and regulatory tools. The second part of that direction was that there also be further public consultation with regard to these various options. The report on the agenda tonight is in direct response to that specific direction of the committee at its last meeting. The recommendation in overview seeks this committee's direction to embark on public consultation specifically to those three preservation tools. The recommendation seeks that more public consultation occur to support the committee in its decision-making process on this issue. Specifically, administration is proposing 2 components of this consultation. The first would be that the information presented in this report and later in this presentation be published on Let's Talk Chatham-Kent for a period of 30 days, starting this Friday into the end of April. Secondly, that the scheduled committee meeting to be held on April 11th be designated as a public meeting for the purpose of receiving deputations from the public. There's a specific recommendation in the report with regard to this meeting so that the procedural bylaw for virtual meetings could be changed so that people, if they choose to be online at that meeting and are registered with the clerk, can address this committee directly via Zoom. The alternative of the clerk reading a written deputation, as has been the case, will remain as well for that meeting. So following the 30-day consultation period, as well as the next committee meeting on April 11th, all those submissions would be compiled for the record and brought to the committee meeting of May 16th in a report to continue this process. So the second part of this presentation, Gabriel Clark, our Manager of Growth and Sustainability and Planning Services, will provide the committee an overview of those three tools and totaling 13 different components that are outlined in the report. And the detail that you see displayed within the presentation will be what's posted specifically on Let's Talk along with the report. So with that, I will pass it to Gabriel to begin this overview. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Ryan. So as Ryan mentioned, the report contains 13 parameters in total. There are 3 under the education tool, 3 under the incentive tool, and 7 under the regulation tool. In the report, each parameter is described, options are listed, and suggestions are provided that will form a basis for further public consultation. The suggestions for each parameter are informed by best management practices, existing municipal policy, applicable provincial policy, and the results of the survey that was conducted in 2021. In the following slides, I'll provide a brief overview of each of the 13 parameters, focusing primarily on a description and a suggestion for each. So we'll get started with the education tool, and there's 3 parameters under this tool, being the delivery agent, the content, and the delivery method. So the first parameter is the delivery agent, and this parameter identifies the organization that would be primarily responsible for delivering forest-related education in the community. The suggestion here is that the local conservation authorities, which have traditionally taken on this role, continue to do so moving forward. The second parameter is the educational content, and this parameter identifies basically the main topic areas that would be covered by a forest preservation education program. The suggestion here is to include all the main topic areas that are listed in the slide in a forest-related education program. So the third parameter, which I have up on the screen, good, is the delivery method. So this parameter identifies the methods that would be employed to deliver forest-related education. And the suggestion in the report is to include all of the delivery methods listed, including delivering education on site at the woodlot with a professional arborist. There we go. So we're moving on to the second tool of interest, or the second tool that the committee expressed interest at the last meeting, which is the incentive tool. There's 3 parameters under the incentive tools, and these are the activity that would be incentivized, the form that an incentive would take, and the amount or size of the incentive that could potentially be provided. So the first parameter under the incentive tool would be the activity, and this parameter identifies the kinds of activities that an incentive would seek to encourage. The suggestion here in the report is to focus the incentives on activities that would support the expansion of tree cover through the existing alternative land use services program delivered by our partners at the Lower Thames Valley Conservation Authority, as well as the existing subsidized tree planting programs that are currently delivered throughout the community by both local conservation authorities. The second parameter under the incentive would be the form, and this parameter identifies essentially the form that an incentive would take, such as a non-monetary incentive, a tax break, a payment, a grant, or some form of subsidy. The suggestion in the report is to continue to provide payment-based incentives through the ALICE program, or the Alternative Land Use Services program, and to provide subsidy-based incentives through the existing tree planting programs. The third parameter under the incentive is the amount, and this parameter identifies the amount or the size of the incentive that would be offered to support tree canopy expansion. And the suggestion for further public consultation in the report is to retain the existing amounts that are currently offered through the ALICE program for project establishment, as well as the annual payment component of the program, and to maintain the existing amounts offered through subsidized tree planting programs offered by the conservation authorities. So the third and final tool of interest, or that the committee expressed interest on February 14th, was the regulation tool. And there are 7 parameters under this tool. those being woodlot size, exempted activities, permitted activities, prohibited activities, permitting decisions, compensation, and enforcement. So the first parameter under the woodlot, under the regulation instrument is the woodlot size. And this parameter identifies the size of the woodlot that a regulation would apply to. And the suggestion that's included in the report for further consultation with the public is that the woodlot size be set within the range of 0.5 hectares, which is about 1.2 acres, and 2.0 hectares, or 5 acres, and that this range be further narrowed through the additional public consultation and engagement that is contemplated in this report. The second parameter under the regulation tool is exempted activities, and this parameter identifies the kinds of tree cutting activities that might be exempted from the scope of regulation. For this parameter, it is suggested that the harvesting of timber by landowners or owners of woodlots for unspecified personal uses would be exempted from regulation, with the limitations on maintaining minimum tree density and excluding timber sales. No additional restrictions would be suggested under this parameter. The third parameter under the regulation tool is permitted activities, and this parameter identifies the kinds of tree cutting activities that might fall within the scope of a municipal permitting process. For this parameter, it is suggested that a permitting process would encompass an application process both for selective harvesting and clear cutting activities. The fourth parameter under the regulation tool is restricted or prohibited activities. And this parameter essentially identifies the kinds of tree cutting activities that might be restricted or prohibited in certain places or under certain conditions. Now, this suggestion is a little bit different than the others because it is related to the previous parameter insofar as if the previous parameter is set to disallow clear cutting, as is not suggested, it is suggested that no further restrictions be considered under this parameter, as all tree cutting activities would effectively be limited to selective harvesting. However, if the previous parameter is set to include clear cutting in the permitting process, it is suggested that consideration be given on whether clear cutting might be allowed everywhere or perhaps restricted in certain potentially more sensitive areas. The fifth parameter is permitting decisions, and this parameter identifies the decision-making body or bodies that would be responsible for reviewing tree cutting permit applications received under a regulatory framework. The suggestion is that qualified staff would be responsible for reviewing selective harvesting applications, and that council would be identified as responsible for reviewing applications for clear cutting activities. The sixth parameter, and second to last one, is the compensation. And this parameter identifies whether some form of compensation might be required as a condition for receiving a permit to cut trees, such as replacement tree planting or paying into a tree planting fund. The suggestion under this parameter is not to require compensation as a condition of permit approval. The seventh and final parameter under the regulation tool is enforcement. And this parameter identifies two things. Firstly, enforcement responsibilities, and secondly, the penalty regime that might be introduced to deter violations. The suggestion is to assign enforcement responsibilities to a professional expert in forestry, and that, similar to what other communities employ, that a general fine structure be employed. And this concludes the overview of the parameters, which is, as mentioned in the report and previously, were developed to inform and support additional public consultations on the matter. With that, we are at the end of this presentation, and I will be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Gabriel and Ryan as well. So we'll open it up into questions. I already have a speakers list started, and so we'll start with Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Latimer. Councillor Harrigan.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, I just want to, based on the report that was provided, move the recommendations that are in front of us tonight, and then I do have a few questions about the process if somebody's willing to second them.
Sure thing. Councillor B. McGregor, your hand has popped up. Would you like to second that?
Thank you. Yes, I'll second that.
All right, thank you. Councillor Harrigan, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Through the chair to Gabe or Bruce, so as I am reading the recommendations here, we will be doing two things. One, soliciting information and comments through our Let's Talk portal, and then staff will be summarizing that feedback, and we will receive another report, I'm assuming ahead of the April 11th meeting that people are able to comment on. Or is the report that we receive at the next meeting going to basically be the same report that we're looking at now?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Harrigan. Through the chair, the recommendation is to hold an online public engagement process for 30 days using the Let's Talk Chatham-Kent platform. And then concurrently, or I suppose during the time that the public commenting period is open on Let's Talk Chatham-Kent, to also hold the meeting on April 11th and dedicate that to receiving input from the public through deputations. And then on May 16th, the results of the online engagement process, as well as the Committee of the Whole meeting on April 11th, would be summarized into a report for May 16th. If Bruce or Ryan has any additional comments, I would welcome that.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. It's Ryan Jocks here. I think part of the question was, will there be another report on April 11th with regard to these options? There wouldn't be. It would be this report specifically that would be put out for consultation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I just want to comment that I really appreciate this. I know that there was surveying and a Let's Talk page drawn up previous to this, and I think that was more about the general. Now we've kind of gone a bit more deeper and specific in terms of what potential next steps would be, but we're not in a position to make any decisions until we hear that further consultation. And I think at the last Committee of the Whole meeting, there was some pretty significant discussion about that. And using the tools that we already have, that the community is used to using by a process that is already or has been used in place with other engagement opportunities is a tried and true way to make sure that engagement takes place. And I also I like the idea of this kind of in the middle meeting where people can provide deputations and give us feedback, because that also brings attention to the opportunities for people to go on to that Let's Talk page to submit feedback. Oftentimes, despite all of our efforts to promote those online surveys, it's not until after the deputations the media might cover the actual conversation and provide those snippets that people will then reach out to us as counselors to say, oh, hey, I would have done it this way, or I wish I would have said that. So I do appreciate that there's the added time after that for people to continue to engage and participate. So I think that what staff has devised here is an excellent way for us to do that engagement, and also allows for all stakeholders across Chatham-Kent to participate in that process. So, I think because of that, I'm actually going to save my questions and comments about some of the specific parameters that you outlined for our later discussions in May, because I am still digesting the report that was in front of us. So those are all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harrigan. Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair Hall. I too am in agreement with the essence of this report and this recommendation. I would like to put forward a friendly amendment with one small change, and then I have an addition to speak about, and whether or not it's part of this motion, or whether it can be an additional motion that can be put on the floor after we deal with this. I'll let the clerk decide that. But what I wanted to ask for the friendly addition is that for 1B, that the April 11th, 2002 Natural Heritage Committee of the whole meeting be a in-person public meeting, the Bradley Center, for the purpose of receiving deputations from the public on the woodlot preservation options. Would the mover and seconder be in favor of that friendly amendment?
Councillor Harrigan, is that a friendly amendment?
I'm assuming that people can also submit electronic feedback where staff could read it, as we've been doing during our current processes, because I know we've been having conversations about the value of people who maybe live farther away from Chatham being able to send their email responses.
Yes, number D would take care of that. And that remains. I have no problem there with that.
Yeah, so barring any public health concerns, then I'm open to the meeting potentially being in person.
Okay.
I don't know.
Judy, can you
Is the seconder okay with that?
Yeah, I have the same concern. I wouldn't want to exclude anyone who had to attend virtually, whether that's, understanding it's in May, if someone has to come a distance and still wanted to both view and participate electronically, or if there was a member of the committee that needed to do that, I would hope they would still be able to do that as well. But yeah, if public health is, if public health requirements allow it to be in person, I don't see why not.
So, Mr. Chair, it's Judy.
Yeah, go ahead, Judy.
If you can just give us a second, since it's a friendly amendment, we will go in, Meredith will go into B and add that in person at the Bradley Center, and then maybe at the end, pending health regulations or something like that. I'm not sure if somebody from EMT or Dawn or somebody wants to speak about that, but we'll get that amendment up on the screen right now, and while you continue on your speakers list.
Yeah, I don't know if...
Could I...
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry, Chair. I wanted to ask Judy, when we talked about this earlier, you said that because if we did have that there, that 1C would not be necessary. Is that still correct, or should it remain in there?
Okay, so a couple things. So we'll make the amendment on B to include both in-person and electronic participation, because that wasn't what we really talked about before. And then we could leave C in, which would allow then people to log in and do it that way, if that's the way council would like. This will be a true test to the clerk's office to see how these are deputations may be done in the future. So we will ask for council's patience if this motion is approved. So maybe C and D should remain in there if we are going to be doing a joint type of public meeting. And so we will just make sure that we put, I see Meredith has put in-person public meeting, and then we'll leave C in just to mean that they can also submit the other way if that's council's intention. And as for your F that you were talking about, maybe just to keep things clean, we could do that after this is done. If this approves and you want to bring forward your last one, if the chair goes back to you, we can vote on that separately, just to keep things kind of separate, if that's okay.
I would appreciate that, and appreciate the chair bringing this back. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Latimer. I'll pass it over to Dawn. Maybe has can add comment to this. Dawn?
Thank you, Chair. Administration talked about this potential coming up tonight. So I think the two caveats we'd have is, one is we need to make sure that we can actually space people out appropriately with public health. I defer to April and her team certainly on any of those requirements. To the best of my knowledge, we've also not had a hybrid meeting at the Bradley Center that would allow both members of council and members of the public to be able to participate either in person or virtually. Council, I think, was be fully aware that we had one meeting at the Bradley Center over the past 2.5 years, and to be blunt, the acoustics when everybody was spaced out to accommodate social distancing did not work all that well. There were some concerns, I think, expressed by council. So I think we can go to school if this is approved as it's presented. We can go to school on whether we can set this up to be successful for everybody. But I do understand the intent is we want to have people be given the opportunity to talk about this in a person format. April, I'm not sure what else you'd like to share.
I think the only thing through you, Mr. Chair, is that effective really today for the general public, including the Bradley Center, all COVID restrictions have been lifted. So even up to and including capacity limits. So that's not a barrier. I think that's still, we should be mindful of the safety. COVID, while we are on the kind of downside of COVID, it's not over yet, and we are still seeing cases in Chatham-Kent. So from a public health regulation area, it is fine to go ahead with using the Bradley Center for its intended purpose at its intended capacity limits. So I just think we have to be mindful of, as Judy's indicated, the electronic meeting bylaws and the things that certainly go along with that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, April. I see some more. Bruce McAllister has comment as well. Bruce?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think Don kind of asked my one question, but I think the other thing we'll need to consider on April's, comments is determining what the maximum capacity is, and we may need, possibly may need to do an RSVP style of an event for people that do want to attend in person, because we have no real for how many people may, want to attend in person. And I think the hybrid option, if we can make it work, is a good approach, just, for all the things we've learned through COVID from, an accessibility standpoint as well. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Bruce. I see Judy has her hand up as well. Judy?
Thank you. Some more things are coming to mind as everyone's speaking. I think I just need to be clear at this point, the clerk's office is not ready for perhaps what Don had called the hybrid meeting. And what I mean by that is we would require all council to be in person, the voting and everything that way. It would just be the deputations that we could probably work through the whole electronic. Either the clerk's office reads them, they're in person, or they can tune in online. But as for having half council there and half council online, I think that gets a little confusing when we're not ready for that yet. As council's well aware, the clerk's office is currently surveying you, preparing a report to bring back to council on amendments to the procedural bylaw, speaking about hybrid meetings and what they might look like. But for the purpose of this meeting, I think we need to have all council in person if we proceed that way. And also, just speaking to Bruce's point about the number of people, a maximum capacity, I think if we have council and the staff required, and then we have the people wanting to make in-person deputations, and that we offer a link for those that want to tune in, so that those people have first availability depending on how many want to come, and then others can just participate via watching the link. But those are just some thoughts that came to mind as we slowly start talking about this.
Thank you, Judy. Gord has comment as well. Gord?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to comment on the availability of the Bradley Center. The actual, the main hall, the expo hall is available, but the ballroom is actually booked for that day. It is a daytime meeting that should be done by 5 o'clock, but there'll have to be some quick turnover. One of the other things I would just want to put as a concern is if we have to go to the expo hall, I guess a lot of that maybe depend on how many people are being expected. If you want more room in the expo hall, we would have to also rent audio video equipment. And the last point I wanted to make is that your TV is not set up currently to broadcast meetings from there like but perhaps we just have to work with the clerk's office to determine if that's I assume if we were doing it both a Zoom meeting and there we could make some accommodations, but we might have to rent some equipment or do some extra work particularly if it's in the expo hall. So not saying it can't be done, just things I thought of. Thanks.
Thank you, Gord. And before I keep going on my speakers list, I see the original mover, Councillor Harrigan, has her hand up again too. Councillor Harrigan, do you want to make comment?
Yeah, I actually am just hearing some of the complexities in, including in this motion that it be in person, and wonder if it makes more sense that we add an F and that staff report back to the committee as a whole electronically on the feasibility of an in-person meeting. I'm also thinking about the motion that council passed about vaccine statuses for all of our council and committee work and whether or not that would apply for the in-person in this meeting, and if there's more work to be done as a result. I just, I really appreciate Councillor Latimer's addition, but I'm wondering if she might be open to that in terms of a decision. And I know we're kind of, I don't know how that works kind of from a governance perspective, but it sounds like this is more complicated than, choosing whether to make it a phone call or a Zoom meeting, right? Just with all of the logistics that would need to be considered.
Councillor Latimer, would you be willing to do that? What Councillor Harrigan just suggested? And then maybe Judy can comment on whether we can do that.
And that's to bring a report back to us whether or not we will require the people who are making the deputations in person to be vaccinated?
No, the addition would be, rather than as is written on the screen, to add an F and for staff to report back to the committee on the feasibility of an in-person meeting. I think, even things like the booking comments that Gord's just made makes me feel like this is more complicated than just simply deciding if it should be in person or electronic.
Chair Hall, it's Judy. What we could do is if we went back to the original B, but yet added an F about reporting back to council, the clerk's office could try to get all of that information tomorrow, looking at, the rental, all of the requirements, the rent, it'll be tight, but to try to get it to council for the 28th. And that way we'll be able to report to council whether it's feasible to be able to do in person in addition to this public meeting. So B would go back to, we'd have it as proposed in the original one, but we'll do a little bit of extra work and bring a report to council on the F part about whether it's feasible to have it at the Bradley Center. And then at least we're proceeding in one way, and we're going to try to make it the extra if possible.
I'm agreeable to that. Thank you.
Does that sound good, Councillor Latimer, to you and
yes,
Councillor
I'm agreeable
Councillor Harrigan?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's just a bit better than us having a conversation on the fly here.
Great. Okay, so if we can get that changed on the screen, Judy, that'd be great. So I'll carry on while you're doing that, I'll move on into my speakers list. So Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you. I'm struggling here now, actually, a little bit, and I need some clarification. Let's say, for instance, that my whole vote on all of this hinged on an in-person meeting. which he kind of does. How do I reconcile that now?
Councillor Thompson, so your whole decision is based on whether this is going to be in person, so you don't know?
A lot of it is, truth be told. I've heard a lot of it from the community that they need an in-person meeting, that they need an opportunity to discuss things. And as I read it, on the May 16th, it comes back and we could potentially laid out in this report, not to say that this report does not have a lot of work to it.
Here, I don't know if it's the same for everybody, but I can't hear.
Yeah, Councillor Thompson, you were kind of breaking out.
This seems to be feedback in the rear view mirror at meetings. So, no, I don't think sorry about that. Here we go. I'll try that. A little less internet usage there. I was going to say that. Yeah, that's good. I apologize for that. I was going to say that not my entire decision hinges on that, but a large part of it. A lot of residents and property owners and people with a vested interest on both sides of the aisle on this have said they want that in-person meeting. They want that opportunity for feedback looking ahead, as opposed to this, which, to be honest, looks like feedback in the rearview mirror without a lot of opportunity to actually engage and drive the bus on it. So I don't understand, to be honest, how I can't vote on something that I'm not sure of. Like, when it comes up to F, we'll look at it, and if I voted yes, but then F comes back with an uncertainty that, no, we can't, that could potentially have changed my vote on the rest of it. Yes, I'm having a hard time reconciling that.
I'm not sure if Bruce or Ryan want to provide comment, but, maybe I'll start with that. The first part is it's 1A is the woodlot preservation options be posted for public comment for 30 days, on Let's Talk. That's one opportunity for public consultation for anybody to provide comment. B, or have the public meeting. There is an amendment to the bylaw in order to provide some face-to-face through the Zoom and that sort of thing, right? So, Bruce or Ryan, maybe if you have some extra comments on that, but like this, there's public consultation. This is what's here, right?
Yeah, sorry, Ryan, that's correct. That is the nature of this. We essentially, that's what the recommendations are calling for, to have this further public consultation, on the basis of, functionally how we've been doing it for the last, 2 years now, right? So that's kind of where we were at the time we wrote this report versus an in-person. But that is still the general intent, to give people the opportunity to review it and, provide their feedback to the committee at whether it be at the opportunity at the next meeting in April, or they can do it via Let's Talk if they like. So there's a couple of different options there for folks to provide that input.
Thanks, Bruce. Judy, you have a comment as well?
Yeah, so just thinking here, I know timing is important, especially for some of the people that it involves, with farming and all of that kind of stuff. So rather than kind of postpone this motion until April so that we can make a decision and push out the consultation till May and, report till June, one of the things that we could be doing to help Councillor Thompson with his decision is we could motion to refer this motion to council on the 28th, which is next Monday, the whole thing. And that way we can get some information. We'll work with Ryan, and Ryan and I can get a report prepared to go on the agenda for the 28th. And then you'd have all of the information to be able to make your decision. I agree with you, Mr. Chair, that probably A and E are probably kind of separate from this whole public meeting portion that we're talking about. So totally up to you if you want the committee to vote on A and E tonight, or if you just want to, at the beginning of this, put that the committee refer this motion to the March 28th council meeting, and further information on in-person meetings, et cetera, and we can try to get some information. The only reason why I'm recommending it goes to council is really a timing thing rather than, pushing it out to an April 11th meeting and then it pushes everything a month or two later, that's all. And that way, Councillor Thompson may have all of his information together before voting on one rather than the other.
Okay, thanks for that, Judy. Councillor Thompson, how does that sound to you?
I'm actually kind of pleased with that idea, so long as the rest of the committee is.
Okay,
I guess I would move it if I had to.
Bruce or Ryan, do you want to make comment to that too? I know we're kind of doing things on the fly here.
On the fly here. No, I think that's fair that it, formally comes back to council. Maybe the best way to do it next, I think you're talking next Monday though, right? So Judy, so it might have to quick turnaround, but I think that's probably the best approach. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Ryan. I agree. And even to the point of referring the 30-day comment period to next Monday as well. So that wouldn't then get started until sometime during next week. That still would leave 30 days and a couple of weeks prior to the May 16th meetings. So no concerns on that particular item either. So I wouldn't recommend that there be any splitting out of this recommendation tonight.
Okay, thanks for that. Well, I got a number of speakers, so do you have any more comments right now, Councillor Thompson?
No, not unless I had to officially make that motion to refer this to council on the 28th.
Okay, well, maybe I'll get through unless you want to make that right now, maybe I'll go through the speakers list and we can come back and get some wording on that or whatever.
Yep, it's up to you. It's up to you, Mr. Chair. I'm comfortable either way.
Okay, well, we'll carry on with the speakers list then. I got Councillor C. McGregor followed by Councillor Pincinel.
Thank you, and through the chair. A couple of my questions were answered, but one other that I had is, how will we completely communicate this out to the community? Will we do some other advertising other than this council meeting and it showing up on our website? How will we communicate it so that this 30-day period is open for communication from the communities?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following a direction from council, one of the things that we'll do is work with our communications officer to issue a media release. I believe most, if not all, of the local media will publish that information in their various publications. We use municipal social media as well. Some of the groups or all of the groups that have submitted deputations over the last few meetings, so we do have their contact information and can reach out that way. But at this point, as far as like a direct mailing or something like that I don't think is what we would be planning. I think we'd be relying on local media, social media, and word of mouth. Thank you.
Thank you, and just one more follow-up. Now, this is now going to be referred to the next meeting of council to make this decision. Sorry about that. What happens with this meeting? We put off delegations to be held off until the April 11th meeting. Will that also help happen for the April or for the March 28th meeting? Or will we be receiving deputations on it? Because we know that can sometimes add a lengthy part to our evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In speaking to that, my ideal answer would be there would be no deputations on the framework because that is what the April 11th meeting is. And the recommendations coming forward is really just about the type of meeting and so on. So if there were any deputations on it, it would be just about the timing. But if council passed a motion now that said that, or committee passed a motion now to say that no deputations be received until April 11th, then it'll be definite on the agenda. You know what, actually, sorry, clerk making on-fly decisions, but the procedural bylaw does state that as long as there's a public meeting in the future or in the past, that no deputations be received. And so because we are having it in the future, I think that we're safe to say that there would be no deputations on the woodlot preservation at the council meeting. This was really just to clarify the in-person and the electronic meeting, and that all deputations on this matter would be received on the 11th.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor C. McGregor. Councillor Pincinot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I honestly believe we should be doing this meeting in person as well. And honestly, there's no reason we can't do it. We just have to decide we want to, and we can make this work at the Bradley Center. I think deputations are better served in person. I think they're more effective. And the ag community, they really do feel like they're not being heard. This would help to alleviate that. Plus, it is being more transparent about the whole thing. It's the people you talk to think that this is just being pushed through, and we know as a committee it's not. But I look forward to the discussion next council meeting, and really like to see this in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pincinot. Before I go back to Councillor Thompson right now, Councillor Latimer, is your hand still up from previously?
It is. I'm just going to clarify with the clerk.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would bring my additional item for council consideration after we deal with this motion, correct?
So yes, you could bring it here at committee, or you could bring it on the floor at the council meeting on the 28th to be in addition to the recommendations.
I think I have to bring it tonight if I'm asking for them to bring in a recommendation for the 28th.
If you bring it tonight and it is approved, it could be included in the report
yes.
about, you know, the processes and clarifying that too, if you're able to, if it approves tonight.
That was my hope.
That's up to you, yep.
All right, thank you, Councillor Latimer. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I've just been trying to jot this down, and I would move that the recommendation be referred to the March 28th council meeting. That's as far as I got on my writing. So yeah, I like that there. That looks nice to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Latimer, would you like to second that?
I would, thank you.
All right, seconded by Councillor Latimer. All right, is there any questions, excuse me, to the motion that's before us? Seeing none, we'll put this to vote.
I believe all votes are in and motion passes 15-1.
All right, thank you, Judy. So I'll open up, that's the only item on our agenda, but it will open it up to the committee. If there's any other questions, Councillor Latimer, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. I would like the motion that I'd like to bring forward tonight for council consideration. And once it's up there, if I could have a seconder, I would like to comment.
Go ahead, Councillor Latimer.
As you're reading this, Council, I need to tell you that this morning I was handed a petition of 447 signatures of local landowners stating that they feel that science-based facts and recommendations that they have presented to date have not been heard nor appropriately documented, and hence have not been taken into consideration by this committee and our deliberations regarding a proposed Chatham-Kent woodlot preservation framework. Judy, I did submit this petition to Judy, and council, we can share that with council, can we not, Judy?
Yes, I can read what the paragraph said in the petition if you would like.
Well, let me just interject for a second.
I can do that
I need to get a
too.
seconder for that too, right, Judy? I need to get a seconder before we start discussing it.
Yeah.
Yes, you can get a seconder, and yes, Councillor, you can read the top portion as long as it's not names and addresses, for sure.
Okay. Councillor Pinsino, would you like to second this?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Councillor Latimer.
All righty. The Kent Federation of Agriculture is requesting your support regarding the Chatham-Kent Woodlot Preservation Motion consultation process. The Natural Heritage Advisory Committee of Council and staff has not taken action to ensure Chatham-Kent residents' voices are heard, despite numerous requests and deputations by various organizations to the Council Committee to hear Chatham-Kent residents speak on this important motion. The Kent Federation of Agriculture has concerns that the science-based facts and valuable recommendations have not been heard. We request this consultation process be supported and implemented by Council, and that Council appoint a non-biased third-party mediator to assure all interested parties' information is properly documented for consideration. I am hopeful that this committee agrees to consider Mr. Boyle's involvement, as I feel this action will effectively address many of our landowners' perception that their concerns and recommendations have not been heard. The involvement and collaboration of an experienced third-party facilitator will also address any misperception that our municipal staff are directing this process. I also believe that the intervention of a non-biased third-party mediator may encourage additional respectful conversation between all involved stakeholders and our staff, optimizing the odds that at the end of this process, this committee ends up with a truly made in Chatham-Kent forest preservation framework to forward for Council's consideration versus a recommendation that further reinforces a rural-urban divide. So thank you very much, Councillor Hall, for allowing me to bring this to the floor this evening. And I am hopeful, I'm eager to hear what other councillors feel about this.
Thank you, Councillor Latimer. Moving to Councillor Pinsino, followed by Councillor Wright and Councillor C. McGregor. Councillor Pinsino.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is well written, and it is actually the feelings of the ag community. And honestly, this is a non-partisan. It's this person is neutral, and it is the best way to get it all done for all parties involved. And as Councillor Latimer said, it'll be a made in Chatham-Kent moving forward from here with what we come up with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pinsino. Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor C. McGregor and Councillor Kirkwood-White. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe Brian was used before on an issue through council. It's good we get a third party involved here so that we're going to hear both sides of it, but we need somebody to stay neutral in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor Kirkwood-White and Councillor Harrigan. Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, and through the chair. I guess a few questions I need answered. Number one, who is doing the hiring and paying for this? Number two, how does this work with our RFP program? Is this not favoritism if we just go with a recommended associate? Number three, are we not documenting all the information that's been made in delegations coming to council for that, so that we have proper record? And have council not been receiving the information coming in from the community that feels that we have not heard?
Bruce or Ryan, can I put that over to you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll start. There's a number of questions in there. I think the way I read this motion, the municipality would be funding this, and that's the last part of it. Like, to be clear, we don't have any allocated budget right now for a third-party consultant under this current project. So council would have to, put an upset limit to this, or we try and get a scope and a budget, and it would have to identify what budget source is coming from, like what pot of money would be funding this. Secondly, this would be a direct assignment to a consultant under our procurement bylaw, and I'm sure either Dave or Gord may want to add to this further, but I think if council directs that they want to use this particular consultant, they can do that. The third part of that was all of the consultation to date. Obviously, the survey was a big part of that last year. That's all been documented, as you all well know. Certainly all the deputations along the way, have been read at each committee meeting and documented as well. And would all be considered in, a final decision-making component of that. And Mr. Chair, did that catch all of those questions, Councillor Carmen McGregor? Did I miss one?
Yeah, I think you might have missed one. I was rattling them off pretty quick there.
Yeah.
But, I think I pretty much got the gist. I was worried that maybe we weren't receiving the information because by this, it sounds to me from what Councillor Latimer read was that maybe we're not receiving the information from this group. And I know this has been going on for a little bit. And this further consultation that we're about to take, along with delegations, also adds to this. Is this normal that a mediator would be hired to help a council make a decision between the community and, is that normal? And the other part that concerns me is every time that we have a lot of issues that we get a lot of community input in some difficult decisions that we make. I wonder where that goes in the future. Are we going to be open to groups wanting mediators? This just seems unusual. When I think of a mediator, I think of union negotiations. So this just is not really making a lot of sense to me. That why a mediator needs to help make a decision, and usually a mediator is going to be the one who makes the decision in the end based on all the information. So this is just not making sense to me. So I could use some help here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just you raised an important the first piece. I do want to clarify for the that any deputations or comments or feedback along this whole process have either been shared through that original survey that have been shared with us, have been shared through the clerk's office and with council. So I do want to make that very clear. There's nothing that's been held back in this process, right? So anything that's been shared and communicated with us directly has been shared publicly through the committee, meetings on this. The second part, it's as common as it's, and I guess I read this as an actual, we're proposing a mediation or simply a facilitator to assist with this process going forward. That's kind of my read of the recommendation. Is it? I don't think I would necessarily say it's common. Has it been done before in certain things? Yes, I can think of. We did have a facilitator during the shoreline study meetings, for instance, to assist with those meetings, and specifically with the meetings themselves, not necessarily on the actual recommendations at all, but it was really just to help facilitate the public meetings along the way. That's one off the top of my head I can think of since I've been here with the municipality.
Thank you, Bruce. And I guess it's because I heard the use of a mediator a few times and use of a facilitator. Thanks. I'll take it as that. It's like, I think the job of a mediator is very different than the job of a facilitator. Am I wrong?
I would agree. I think that's maybe where there could be some further clarification around this notice of motion. Exactly what would we be asking Mr. Boyle as part of his scope? There's kind of three pieces in there.
And who decides that? Because if that piece in that scope, what if we're paying for him and we determine the scope, is that going to then cause further issues, because then it may be viewed with the Federation of Agriculture that we've set the boundaries for a facilitator, and is that going to meet what they want? I just have lots of questions on it, so I apologize for this, but I need to understand this before I can vote on it.
Thank you, Councillor C. McGregor. We'll carry on through the speakers list right now and try to continue getting some clarity here. But Councillor Kirkwood White, followed by Councillor Harrigan and B. McGregor and Finn. So Councillor Kirkwood White.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, probably to the clerk. If this recommendation is presented next Monday night, will there be opportunities for deputations to speak for or against this particular recommendation?
I think that is possible. This would be an item that would be new and, to be voted on that night. It's not about the framework, so I would think that deputations could be received on this.
The reason I'm asking is that I know that Mr. Boyle was retained the last time we went through this process, and there may be people who were involved in the deliberations last time that may have some input. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirkwood White. Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor B. McGregor and Finn. Councillor Harrigan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I am just reviewing, and I don't know if this is procedural or not, but I'm reviewing the minutes from our meeting on November the 1st, where Councillor Bondi moved and I seconded that we endorse the meeting framework and civic engagement commitment that was outlined in a report that identified both our meeting framework for the committee as a whole and public participation for the committee as a whole. It seems to me that this, I don't know if this goes against that, in the sense that now all of a sudden we're adding a method of engagement, but it seems like it does. And so I'm just wondering if that could be clarified for me first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think council or committee we're not revoting on the same motion that was brought forward in November. This is an addition, and I think committee and or council has the opportunity to add things as they're going along, as they find out things and educate themselves on this and coming forward. So I think that this is a fair motion that's on the floor.
Okay, so it doesn't need 2/3 or anything. The next question I have is, I believe through Dave, and I'm going to say this is generic legal advice, but I don't know if it's closed session legal advice. I'm just wondering what the risk, both financial and in terms of other similar qualified associates coming back to us based on public procurement guidelines in the council naming somebody who would be contracted to provide services to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Councillor. I do believe I can provide some general comments on that. So we do have an opportunity, as Bruce mentioned, to do appointments of consultants below certain thresholds under the procurement bylaw, a direct appointment. So depending on the total dollar value of what this work would be, it does potentially meet that that aspect of the procurement bylaw, which is really lower value direct appointments of consultants. However, I think the point is well taken in terms of a overall testing of the market, both for price and services that could be provided, that generally we would recommend something like this go out through an RFP process, whereby anybody who could offer these types of services could offer those to the municipality, make their pitch in their submission as to what they can kind of deliver, and then let the decision maker who's reviewing that RFP kind of decide who's providing the best value to the municipality. So on the one hand, there is a mechanism for a direct appointment, and certainly council could do that. On the other hand, something like this may often go through an RFP process.
Yeah, and I think, thank you, Dave, that's helpful. I would say that especially in today's, market engagement, there's lots of facilitators and associates who could do really great work that would be neutral, that would be brought forward by a group of stakeholders. And I appreciate that there's many signatures who are saying to us that they want to be further engaged. They would like to have more discussion. And I think that the previous recommendations that we've moved forward to discussing next Monday offers that venue without us having to potentially go back and take steps back into the process, schedule facilitated sessions before we've even given that opportunity for further refined engagement, and risk the timeline of us getting into the next election period for something like this. So we've had lots of conversation about engagement, and people who have done those surveys have shared with us their sentiment around wanting more direct engagement, and I feel like staff has responded well to us. And I think that there's too much risk to naming somebody. I think we've had this conversation as a council, my apologies, before, where we identified that there were more cons than pros in specifically naming somebody like this in a public forum. I don't know Brian Boyle and Associates, but I'm sure they do great work. But I would be far more comfortable if this was to go to RFP, if this was the direction that we did want to take as a committee member. And so that's why I won't be supporting this motion that's on the floor here.
Thank you, Councillor Harrigan. Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor Finn and Councillor Foss. Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you to the chair, and I agree with some of the previous comments. I think it's bad practice to arbitrarily name a vendor to go out to without a proper RFP process. I think that the community expects more transparency than that, and there may well be local individuals in the same line of work that would like an opportunity to submit to an RFP of this nature. And I think that, again, Mr. Boyle and Associates could be the right people to do it. It also may not be. And I think that that's a difficult decision to make with very little information and not following that proper process. And I think that we owe it to taxpayers to follow that process when we want to do those things. We've made this decision in the past where, a motion may have named a specific vendor, and we said, let's pump the brakes and not go down that road. So I think that we should be really cautious about that as a practice. I did also have a question just about the nature of the third party issue, and the survey that was done through a third party as well. Is that correct, Bruce? The initial survey we did?
That is correct.
Okay, and I think that's important to note that there was already there has been a third party engaged in this process, a neutral third party that was part of that. And I know certainly I can only speak for myself, but I've received a ton of feedback from community members on this issue through email, through phone call, through site visits, and none of that has been filtered through anything at all. So I think there's been a really good opportunity for engagement there. And I think that the motion we previously passed recognizes that the community wants more engagement, and it sets up a really important way to do that we've just debated, some of the aspects of. So I think that doing this in parallel, I think negates that other process, and to me, doesn't give that an opportunity to occur, to see what type of feedback we get, to see the level of engagement, to have that meeting that's being asked for in that process. And I just think that we're duplicating some work in a way that's not best practice, and I think we should be really cautious about. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor B. McGregor. Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple questions. The last time that the Heritage Committee was formed and they came up with their recommendations, who appointed Mr. Boyle at that time to be the mediator?
Do you have that information, Bruce?
I do not. I'd have to look back, Mr. Chair, how that all unfolded. My understanding is it was a little different then. There wasn't a formal committee formed at that time. And that Mr. Boyle was brought in to help identify essentially what became the natural heritage the framework for that at the time. So I'd be speaking out of turn if I tried to add any more, but that's around the time that Mr. Boyle had participated, was the, back the last time around when this the natural heritage strategy was developed eventually.
Okay, I just think that we need that third party to enable everybody to feel that they're being heard, because this is a very important bylaw or no bylaw. It's definitely important, and I think Mr. Boyle has already proven himself in the past. Everybody got along and they all came to the recommendations together, so I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Finn. Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my questions have been answered. My one concern was Brian Boyle. I don't really remember the participation that he had at the last one, and I'm not sure that, according to Bruce, that we do have an answer for that. But I do agree that there should be a procurement process in place, because I think we'd be opening our door to some further criticism. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Foss. Before I go, I'll open it up for more questions. I'm going to make a few more comments before I pass it over to Councillor Latimer for final comments. But I just want to, did anyone else have any other questions, especially anyone that hasn't sent in yet? Just going to scroll through. Okay. Ryan Jocks, yeah, go ahead. Am I seeing things, Ryan Jocks? Did your hand just pop up there or no?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was on mute. I did. If I could just make a comment on the timeline in C. I'd have to say, I've only been reviewing this here for a few moments. I don't think it's achievable to bring a recommendation on a framework on May 16th if this recommendation is implying that there is further information required and that there should be additional engagement. Between now and then, a lot of administration's efforts, I'm anticipating, will be put toward the April 11th meeting. As well, there's not a lot of time until May 16th. So I'm concerned that that's not achievable for administration if we're adding to this process at this time with regards to more information gathering and more engagement beyond what's been presented over the last several meetings and on April 11th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jocks. I'll make a few comments before I pass it over to Councillor Latimer. A lot of my comments and questions have been asked, especially about the procurement and our purchasing bylaws. I don't think that this falls along with that. I think that's been commented on a lot tonight. I did have similar questions to Councillor McGregor, like what would the cost be? Who pays for this? And I think the overall about the process, about how council and committees of council, create policy and that sort of thing. The way this motion reads, it doesn't seem to line up with that in my mind. So I concur, especially with Councillor B. McGregor's and Councillor Harrigan's recent comments. So I won't be supporting this motion either. Councillor Latimer, I'll put it over to you for final comment.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. The reason I brought this forward was because of my constituents. Many of them live in Ward 2, but a lot of them live across our municipality, our rural landowners. And they, whether we agree with them or not, perceive that they have not been heard, that the science-based information that they brought forward has not been documented, and it's not been considered. And the key word is perceived. Also, another misperception that our municipal staff is directing this process. Again, it doesn't matter whether we agree or not. We need to acknowledge that this is the perception of the stakeholders that this particular framework impact the most. It's their livelihood that is significantly and financially impacted of all stakeholders that are involved here. And we need to remember that they are part of our tax base, a majority of our tax base, and that we are a rural agricultural municipality. So while I acknowledge there is the issue of procurement, I also think it needs to be stated that Brian Boyle is an experienced third-party, non-biased facilitator and mediator. I worked with Dave on his direction to clarify what we were going to be asking Mr. Boyle to do. And I agree with Councillor McGregor, Carmen McGregor, that it is facilitation. What these stakeholders want is conversation versus just us listening to deputations. They don't feel we understand the information that's been provided to us. Again, we may or may not agree with that. It is the perception. And this is why the action in front of you tonight on the screen helps to address those misperceptions. And I'm pleading with you to please allow, whether it's, I guess I'll give on Mr. Boyle, but I think he's the one that understands the issues and that remain in this municipality with regard to this framework. And he will be able to work in collaboration with our staff to ensure that the input we get is gathered and it's been documented, it's being taken into consideration. And the stakeholders that have a concern know he will do that. So they're handing you, or saying to us, we trust this individual that he's going to ensure that you will listen and you understand what we brought before you. They're not saying that they need further engagement. They're saying they want his opinion. And that staff, again, don't have to follow his opinion or his recommendation, but at least have an independent third-party facilitator give you that input, give the staff input, and it's non-biased. And that he assists them in preparing and taking all the information that's compiled and looking at that before the staff present that framework to us on May the 16th. With regard to the costing, I would be open and willing to discuss that. With staff would be the best to recommend where that's come from. But when it comes to community, of a significant portion of our community, who are our major economic driver in this community, one would think that we would give some merit to putting that cost coming out of our reserve, that we look at and consider when other groups come to us about a very important community event or initiative that impacts the larger community. And this definitely impacts the larger community. But as I said before, the one group of stakeholders, these landowners, are the one that are most significantly impacted, and it's their livelihood and it's their financial viability that you are impacting. You may also be inadvertently impacting our ability to increase the requested capacity for food generation and productivity. That's going to be an up-and-coming topic, but I would hate that we would cut our noses off to spite our face with regard to that issue, which is becoming more and more an issue. So I'm veering from a topic at hand. I appreciate Councillor Hall's letting me have the last words here. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Latimer. And with that, we will put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion fails 8-8.
Thank you, Judy. If there's no other questions or comments from council, let me just pull this up. All right, seeing no other questions or comments from the committee. Oh, Councillor Sakachi, you have a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually had my hand up prior to calling the question, just because my concern was that this motion would potentially fail because of the actual naming of somebody. I'm just wondering if it would be in the appetite of council to move forward with this recommendation without the actual naming of any associates or persons directly. So essentially the same motion, but leaving it open to the procurement process, because it seemed to be that's what a lot of council was hung up on in regards to the naming of an actual individual.
Just a point of order, and through the chair to the clerk, would this require a 2/3 vote to put it back on the floor?
Thank you, Councillor Carmen McGregor. I'm just pulling up the wording for the motion to reconsider, and it would be different because there isn't somebody appointing, but I just want to verify the definition. One moment, please. Sorry, I know we're working close to an extension, so I'm trying to scroll fast. It's been a long night. Motion to reconsider. So it says to amend or cancel a previous decision of council. So this failed as the Brian Boyle, so I do not feel that it needs a 2/3 for a reconsideration. And it's true, my deputy clerk has just emailed me too, and it's at the same meeting that we're doing this. So, yeah, you can proceed with just asking to go out for RFP if that's what you're considering, Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that it would be at least beneficial to get a cost associated with this process, as well as looking into it. There's no confirmation that we're moving forward, but in the spirit of Councillor Latimer's motion, I feel that it would be something that would be potentially helpful to the process. And I think that once we get that information, at least we can then, I know it might create some challenging time from a time perspective, but at least we have that information on how long and how much. If it's not feasible with administration and council, we can make a decision based on the decision, on the options then. So I would move the motion with the removal of any party's names, just a generic motion forward.
Thank you, Councillor Sakachi. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Latimer, you'll second?
Certainly.
Can I get a
Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments, Councillor Sakachi?
No, that is all, Mr. Chair. I just think that the actual naming of the person was kind of what was definitely causing some challenges for some councillors, and I think that this might, this process might give us a little bit more leniency in regards to the process and be a little bit more open for conversation. It's not a decision that we're making today, but it'd be nice to see the price and the people that would come to the table that might be interested in participating. And then I think council can make that the appropriate decision once we have those reports.
Thank you, Councillor Scotchy. Bruce, you had a comment before I go through the list here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's just a couple of things I think the committee needs to consider there, and that's really the timing aspect, right? Like right now, it suggests that this person would, participate in the April 11th meeting, and then also work with us for a preparation of a preservation framework. Ryan spoke to this. That timeline is certainly not achievable if the ask here is for administration to go to an RFP. Because that's essentially what, as I understand, if we're not naming someone, that's what we would be, that's what the direction would be, is to go to an RFP. So, we'll be a few months, frankly, by the time you draft the RFP, go out, give time for proponents to submit, evaluate, and then come back to council.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. I'm going to pause things for a second. I'm going to need a motion to extend. Judy, what do we do? Extend it to 10:30 or something?
However long you feel that you might need.
Okay, well, could I get a motion to extend the meeting till 10:30? Councillor Thompson and Councillor Finn?
Yep, I would make that motion.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Finn, will you second that?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any questions, or is there anybody opposed? Hearing none, that carries. One opposed?
I'm also opposed.
Mr. Chair, I think I heard three opposed,
Three opposed.
so it still passes.
Okay, so it passes. Okay, so meeting's been extended to 10:30. Okay, so we'll carry on into the list. Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor Latimer, Harrigan, C. McGregor, and Thompson. So Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you to the chair. Yeah, my question was addressed by Bruce. I'm really just concerned about timeline and getting through this process while we're already doing a parallel process that we're soliciting feedback from, that we've just recently voted on. This is really going to push that in any reasonable sense well past, in my view, probably past our expiry date as a council. So I think that's a concern. We made some effort to get this done at this term of council, and I think we should stick to that and get it done.
Thank you, Councillor B. McGregor. Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Sorry, my hand's still up from last time, Aaron. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
Thanks. I just wanted to comment on sometimes the discussion we have at Budget Committee around the use of consultants, right? Like a facilitator is basically a third-party non-staff member consultant, and oftentimes we talk about when we have capable staff, and if we have capable staff, then we don't need to use consultants. And so I just wanted to take the time to acknowledge that I think the dedication that we've had to this issue from Bruce's team has really demonstrated that we have capable staff. I think, certainly there are individuals who feel strongly one way or another about this issue, but I personally believe when we've received reports as councils, they've been the staff reports have been very neutral in presenting data, decision trees, options, and have really been following the lead of those of us on the table. And certainly it's clear to me from some of the motions tonight that we as a council aren't unified in this. And so I'm personally really looking forward to hearing directly some of those deputations on April the 11th, and think that this would actually hinder that process.
Thank you, Councillor Harrigan. Judy, did you have a comment?
Just kind of along what the people are asking now, it's just the dates within this motion will not be reasonable, so we may have to remove the dates in this particular, just the first paragraph of returning to retain a facilitator. We won't be able to make, an appointment at the March 28th, and also the last one where it says a report with the costing. We won't know the costing until we go out for the RFP, so the March 28th date is not reasonable. And then for the reasons stated before from Bruce, we wouldn't be able to return on May 16th. So I just wanted to draw that attention on the motion that's on the floor.
Councillor Sakachi, I saw your hand has popped up there, and this is your motion. Is there any?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I guess I was really just trying to offer support to Councillor Latimer and the suggestion she had in regards to the importance of the dialogue and having, a facilitator kind of help this process along. I guess I will be retracting this motion because my thought process is not to unwind all the work that we just recently did in the last discussion. I don't want to be canceling these important meetings that we just had. A lot of work towards to establishing. I don't want to basically unwind all those conversations. I just think that this was a really big portion of the community consultation. I'm hearing that none of this will be feasible or possible with the timelines given that we've already approved. I guess kind of is going to hinder my opinion on this aspect. So in the saves, because it doesn't sound like there's going to be council support here, I will withdraw the motion.
Okay, Judy, you had another comment to that? Thank you, Councillor Sakachi.
Sorry, I do not. I just did not lower my hand.
Okay, thank you. I still have a couple of speakers. I don't know if you still want comment. Councillor C. McGregor, do you still have comment?
I think it depends on whether the motion's pulled first. I think maybe you go there first, because if it's pulled, then I think the comments are irrelevant. So
okay,
at least mine.
Do we have? So Judy, just to confirm, Judy, Councillor Sakachi requested to remove his motion. So is that all we need? Is the motion removed, or do we need? Can you just confirm that?
Well,
the
motion was on the floor, and we could just vote on it, and people can vote it down. But if we do that, I still have concern with the date. So if he's removed it and there's no issue from any other councillors that wants to keep it on the floor, then we can just have it removed.
Just a point of clarification. My understanding wasn't that everything that we just done would be unraveled by making this motion. I would have thought that there would be a potential way to move through the process maybe a little bit more quicker than normal. I guess that is my challenge. Whatever is easier for you, Madam Clerk, if it's easier to continue to vote on it, I will still support the motion. But like I said, if it's not feasible with the dates that we've already approved, I don't know how that's possible to go against something that we've just literally approved last meeting. And I know it was very, very unanimous, the support of the in-person meetings and looking into that. So I don't want to be a detriment to this process. I just recognize that the community engagement and maybe having someone facilitate it was important. But whatever's going to make the process a little bit more easier, whether that be withdraw or continue to vote on it, I guess I don't want to hang the rest of the meeting up based on stuff that we've already approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not my decision. It's totally up to you whether you want to leave the motion on. It's just if the motion remains on the floor, the dates would have to be changed accordingly, because the RFP process will take some time. So that's all I was saying. So it's up to council how they would like to proceed. I was just indicating that the dates, we wouldn't be able to return due to our processes we have in place to retain a facilitator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this will be coming back, this conversation will be coming back to council anyways at a future meeting, I will withdraw my motion for further discussion with the community as well as my co-councilors. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Sakachi. So the motion is not on the table anymore. I'll keep going through our list. Councillor C. McGregor, do you have any comment?
Not now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor C. McGregor. Councillor Thompson?
Nope, there's no point to it.
Thank you. Councillor Solomon, followed by Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only question I had was, I don't think there's any rush to make decisions. I think the best decisions are made if you take thoughtful time to do them. But aside from that, just a procedural matter, just because Anthony withdraws his motion, I don't think we can ask the clerk, but we have a seconder. Doesn't the seconder have to consent to the withdrawal of the motion?
Judy, can you comment on that?
The seconder can, yes, or anybody else could put the motion back on the floor if he withdrew it. And that's kind of my point, is if the motion's on the floor, we could just proceed and let council, you know, it's part of council now, it's on the table and council can vote. But the way that it's written, there would be concerns if it passed as is. So that was what I was bringing the attention to.
No, my question, Mr. Chairman, was whether whether a mover can unilaterally withdraw a motion once it's been seconded without the consent of the seconder. That's all.
When the motion's on the floor, it's part of it. Council owns it. So
right.
Dave Taylor, do you have a comment?
Yes, just reiterating what Ms. Smith just described there. So that the procedural bylaw says that the motion can be withdrawn by the person who brought it with permission of the members, of councillors or committee members. So he's essentially asked to withdraw it but it's within the possession of the committee at that time. So if the committee members don't agree to withdraw it, it would stay on the floor. But generally, the way that it works is if the person who brought the motion no longer wishes for it to move forward, you don't tend to see committee members opposed to them. So it would be a bit of a question on whether any other members are opposed to the withdrawal.
Thank you for your opinion. That's why I raised it with the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Solomon. Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try putting that motion back on the floor because we need to have these groups speak out, and they're the stakeholders, and we're not giving them any opportunity here. So I'll put it back on the floor if I can get a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Do we have a seconder to Councillor Wright's motion? Councillor Latimer?
Sure. I also had a comment.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Latimer, for the second. Councillor Wright, do you have any further comments?
No, that we're selling our farmers short here of not letting them speak up, and they're the stakeholders, like I say, and they need to speak up. And if we don't let them speak, we're going to hear it tomorrow in emails. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you for your indulgence, Councillor Hall. I need to ask a question. I seconded this, but I wondered if we just take the date out, especially what would be a feasible date to bring a recommendation to council? And then how far would it push? And just leave a date out of C.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Ryan Jocks here. It's very hard to predict. I think we're at least probably into the beginning of June before we bring back a recommendation with a consultant at the earliest. And certainly we wouldn't be bringing a recommendation for a framework on May 16th, as was suggested in the previous report on the agenda tonight. And I would also maybe just suggest that I know we have the committee has referred to council a previous recommendation to consider stakeholder engagement in April. I would question if that is even the will of the committee at this point. If this motion passes, if we should not defer to a consultant to give us the committee that advice. Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Latimer? Go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to understand what Ryan just said. So we can take out the date of March 28th, but he's concerned if we take out the meeting of May 16th, that we shouldn't really have the April 11th meeting at all. Is that what you said, Ryan?
It was just a comment. I'd question what the will of the committee is. If it agrees that further stakeholder engagement is needed and that a facilitator is required to determine what that looks like, will the committee consider on March 28th continuing to move forward with the efforts in April or not? I think that that comes into my head as a question as administration.
Well, for the April 11th meeting, I don't know that it wasn't a mediator. We were going to be, people were going to be presenting deputations. Whether the facilitator is there that evening or not, he or she could still determine what further information needs to be gathered, what further stakeholder engagement is needed, and assist with preparation of a preservation framework recommendation for the committee. He or she doesn't need to be there. That the information that's the input that's gathered at April the 11th could be what he looks at with staff, or he or she looks at with staff. So I think it's independent. If Councillor Wright is agreeable, just the first statement would be that administration be directed to bring a recommendation to council to retain a facilitator to assist staff and the committee with, and leave out the end of C there. And you could change the date to the first meeting in June for the last date, if you feel you would have the information by then.
I'm not sure if I caught all the dates there that you were suggesting, but Councillor Wright, are you up to, I think you're basically asking to remove the dates, right, Councillor Latimer?
Yes,
I'm agreed to.
And put in the date, and put in the last date, June 2nd, or whenever that first meeting in June is. I haven't got my calendar with me.
Okay. Are you getting this, Judy, or whoever's doing that?
It's like Meredith is on it, yes.
June 6th.
Meredith, yeah, sorry,
June
thank you.
6th, yeah.
Okay, Bruce, you wanted to make comment?
Yeah, I was just going to echo Ryan's comments. I even think, I'm just looking at the calendar, just being realistic on an RFP process. Giving proponents time to respond is usually, it's usually 3 weeks posting on an RFP to give chance for people to pull the plans and the details. You could shorten it down to 2. So we'd be waiting for council next week. We'd probably be into the first week of April at the best to get it posted. Late April to get proposals back, evaluate, report to council, not till later in May. So it doesn't give the consultant much time is my point. And I'm just trying to be a realist. Like, I really think it would be July at best. I think it would be pushing it right up against probably the last meeting the committee would sit in, I guess, non-lame duck status probably. Council.
Point of order, Councillor Hall. I just, what's up on the screen is not
you still
what
have the
I
floor.
intended.
All right, what needs to be changed, Councillor Latimer?
The administration bringing forward a report regarding costing and funding source for facilitator services, June 6th. That's what I thought that Bruce said he would need till June. And then the preparation of a preservation framework recommendation would be the July meeting, if you want to put that in. I didn't have a date there, but if you want to put the date there for July, that would be
July 11th.
Well, Monday, July 11th. Yeah. Because we couldn't realistically hire the facilitator if we decided to go forward until we had the report regarding costing, right? So that was June 6th. So then the preservation framework with recommendation would come for July the 11th. And then we still have our meeting in April. That allows actually for the May planting and season for these landowners to happen. And I mean, they'll be in wheat come July 11th, but that's okay because this is due to their request for this additional facilitation.
All right, everything on the screen, you, Councillor Latimer?
I believe so.
Okay, great.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Thompson, followed by Councillor Finn, B. McGregor, and Solomon. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, and I'll be brief because we're quickly running out of time here. I very much agree with what Councillor Solomon said. I think slowing down the process is never a bad thing, especially with something so important as what we're discussing tonight and what we have been discussing. As we've seen in the past, when we rush through these decisions, we end up back at this place. You know, when the 2013-2014 process was kind of pushed through, it didn't really satisfy everybody. And I think we've gotten a little bit hung up on this idea that this is solely what the property owners want. From what I've heard, it's what people on both sides of the issue want. It's something that I've heard from big supporters of the bylaw, that they want to see this sort of process in place too. So I will be supporting this. I want to echo Councillor Sikachi's initial comments about the RFP process. I too heard other councillors air those concerns, and I think this does address that. It certainly does slow down the process, but I think it is the right thing to do, and I think that doing the right thing is never the wrong thing. So I'm going to support this evening, and I look forward to moving forward with this particular framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Bruce and Ryan, you guys had a comment? Bruce? Or Ryan? Jocks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Bruce was muted. Just a couple of comments. If in fact there is a facilitator hired June 6th, that only leaves about 35 days to July 11th to do all of the work and bring a recommendation back to July 11th. So I'm not sure what the expectation would be on the facilitator in that amount of time if they were to determine further information gathering and further stakeholder engagement prior to a framework recommendation. Just doesn't seem like enough time. The second point is that the recommendations that were referred to council from the report specifically included that new draft woodlot preservation framework be recommended on May 16th. So there will be conflicting direction depending on what council does next Monday with regard to the motion that was referred to council. Those are my 2 points. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Solomon.
I was just looking at the June 6th. Bruce, what was the date that you said you'd be able to put the RFP out at the beginning of April, and that it'd be 3, possibly 4 weeks for that process? So would we not know by mid-May the pricing and the people that have submitted?
Thank you, Your Worship. That would be very aggressive. I forget what the next council meeting would be. Just by the time there still has to be the RFP evaluation process that occurs. Like, it's not as simple as the day you get it back that you have a decision and a report to council on the recommended option. So I'm good. I would suggest I'd have to stick to that June 6th date because it's really just 2 months right now, essentially. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. That was it.
Thanks, Councillor Finn. Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor Solomon.
Yeah, thank you. I made some comments to this effect already, but I think I've heard some councillors mention the need to slow down the process, and I think this decision is a good example of the need to slow down decision making. It's 10:22 tonight, and we've been wordsmithing and trying to figure out dates on the fly and expectations of RFPs and turnaround time for an external consultant to make recommendations that effectively is paralleling a situation where we've half an hour ago already decided to go through another engagement process. So I heard loud and clear there should be more engagement. We passed a motion to that effect. we now actually have some recommendations, some teeth, some things to engage on. I think we should allow that process to happen. At that point, if it still seems that, this isn't working, this isn't enough, we don't feel like that's been enough engagement, I think it's an appropriate time to say we're not going to get this done and we need something else. But I think we're effectively negating this next engagement process if we pass this tonight. And I think that that process deserves to happen. We voted on it. That was the will of the committee to do that. I think we should continue with that, finish it, see what the finished product we have is, and look at what that engagement looks like, and then decide on our next steps from there. Because at this point, we're already deciding that this isn't going to get done. So let's, if we pass this, so let's let the process happen, see where we're at, see the information we have, and then make our next decision when we get there.
Thanks, Councillor B. McGregor. Councillor Solomon, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
I want to speak to the matter in the very few minutes that are left. From a macro perspective, what we're talking about is the environment, and in this particular case, trees. And I don't think that the timing of good decisions ought to be based on the 4 years that a council is in place. I think we should be doing everything we can to make the right decisions, get the full input, and it doesn't matter that this council is going to be finished in 2022. What's really important is that we get the full input and get the best decision we can possibly get. So it seems to me rather, disingenuous to think that we're going to push something through that affects generations in the future. Trees take a long time to grow, and the environment is an issue that isn't judged on the time that this particular council, although I would normally said sitting around the horseshoe, but sitting virtually around the horseshoe, I think it's far more important to make the right decision and not to make our decision based on, well, are we going to complete this by the end of this council? So anything that I can vote on that will make the right decision is the way I'm going to go. And if we get more information and we get a facilitator, whatever is going to get us to the best decision for the environment is the important one to me. So I'm probably going to support this I'm not concerned about the dates, and I'm not concerned about the fact that we may have to, if we get to July, that we may not get it decided in time for the end of this council. That is not important. What's important is the environment and getting the right decision done, and having a careful balance between the various advocates, because they all have in their heart the right concern. So at the end of the day, that's where I think we should go. But rushing decisions is never, in my experience, the right way to go. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Solomon. Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, and I'll keep my comments short. I happen to agree with the comments of Councillor B. McGregor, and if this does go through and this passes, I truly think we should be considering extending when we're going to have this community consultation so that it's closer to the other discussions that take place. So if we're not going to, as a council, make these decisions, then we should push that consultation off and also consider moving this to a decision at the next council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor C. McGregor. And seeing no other questions, I'll make a couple comments. I concur with Councillor C. McGregor and Brock McGregor as well. I think we can, and I agree with Councillor Solomon too. We can take the time, we can take the good information, and I think we have a process in place where we're going to be having consultation, where we're not going to be making ultimate, decisions next month, but we're going to be going out to the public and generating feedback and getting good information based off the good work that staff has put together in the report that was before us tonight. So I won't be supporting this, and I think we should let the process carry forward as we've already directed. So with that, I'll call the question.
All votes are in. Motion passes 10-6.
All right, thank you, Judy. And I will pass it over to Vice Chair Thompson for adjournment.
Yep, I'm just pulling it up here now as we speak. Hang on. Here we go. That the Natural Heritage Committee of the whole adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, April 11th, 2022, after the planning meeting.
Seconded by Councillor Sakachi.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. Have a great night.